Hello and good morning. Welcome to day 3 and the final day of the Water Investment Summit 2025. I hope you have had quite a fruitful 3 days. Those that are outside, may I request that we begin to come in and find our seats. We will be starting shortly. And for those of us whose friends are still outside having some coffee, can we please text them? Just tell them that the final day, main plenary, begins in a few minutes. My name is Teresa Temweka Chirwandanga. I have so many names. And I work with the Global Water Partnership, the Southern African office. We will have the minister, our host, coming in shortly. We will have youths, because as you may have noticed from our agenda, we will begin the session by giving the platform to the youth. But we will also be hearing from various leaders, ministers, and investors, of course, in terms of their intentions, commitments, and just hear about the 3 days in terms of how it has been. So please, again, those that are outside, let's begin to walk in. Our minister will be joining us shortly. Those of us whose friends are still outside enjoying some coffee, some sun, and networking, please let's tell them to begin to come in. And more particularly, the youth, I would request that we also get inside the main plenary room so we get started on time as soon as the minister comes in. Otherwise, enjoy networking for the last few minutes before we start. Thank you.
protocol and others, we need to start because we don't want to be here for the whole day so that you can be able to see the beauty of Cape Town. When God, Allah, was trying to find a resting place, He chose Cape Town. He chose Cape Town as a resting place after having a beautiful engagement and charting the way forward around how to advance solidarity, equity, and sustainability of a human race. We must be able to get down to work, and we must be able to finish our program on time. My minister always tells me that time is a virtue. It determines who you are. And time, I'm told, is like an asset. It's in the bank. Every time you wake up, your bank is full of money. And when you miss time, we are not going to recover it. Can all the delegates get seated? And so that we can allow my sister to proceed. Can all delegates get seated? Your Excellency, my sister, you can proceed with the program. If we are going to take a flight, we are not actually at the airport on time, the flight doesn't stop. It proceeds to its destination. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Deputy Minister, for getting us started. Honorable Minister, Honorable Penny Majadina, allow me to say you look really beautiful in those South African colors. And I see the G20 being prominent there. Thank you so much, Honorable. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Ministers from across Africa, we've made it to day 3. Can we give ourselves a round of applause, please? We started with the highest political commitment for water investments in Africa. We went on to discuss very pertinent issues around what challenges we face, why investors are not as much as we may want them to be in the water sector. We discussed IT. We discussed artificial intelligence. We also looked at domestic finances, not just from donors. We're also doing something for ourselves. So ladies and gentlemen, today, the final day, it's a wrap. We're going to hear from those that laid in various sections what happened exactly in those sections. And this morning, we are starting with the youth. And therefore, I hope that you had a restful night, because today will be quite a marathon, hearing inspiring stories on what happened in the 3-day summit. Allow me, before I get into the program, to thank our hosts, South Africa, more particularly Honorable Majadina, who was on her feet throughout the 3 days. She did not disappear, ladies and gentlemen. And that is political commitment. So, what did the 3 days achieve? We went into various rooms where we discussed the projects. We looked at practically what is on the ground, what may be missing, what the gaps are. From there, investors were present in those rooms, and there were some bilaterals. Investors seemed to have some intentions and commitments that will be made on day 3. On the side, you may also have noticed it wasn't just an adult summit. We had the youth, who are the real future of water investments on the African continent. They too discussed ideas, innovations, and from their discussions, brilliant top 2 innovations have been selected, and they will be revealed during this session. Ladies and gentlemen, we may call ourselves the champions of water, but the real champions are the young ones to whom we will pass on the baton. If we discuss water investments without the youth, we may be missing it. Yesterday, I attended the session on AI, and in conclusion, one particular panelist said, we'll be missing it if we talk innovation without including the youth. And I'm glad that the inaugural Water Investment Summit did think of the youth and had the youth water truck session. Ladies and gentlemen, the real MPV, as the youth would say, most valuable player, who laid the youth track at the Water Investment Summit 2025 was none other than my colleague, Au-Aip, who is the youth coordinator at the Global Water Partnership. And he will come on stage to introduce to us what happened, summarize what exactly took place on the youth water track. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable ministers, I introduce Au-Aip.
Honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, partners, and youth leaders in the room. Good morning, everyone. Bonjour. Comment allez-vous? Thank you. It is a great honor to stand before you today and to share the outcome of the Au-Aip Youth Water Investment Hackathon, a flagship initiative of this summit that has placed youth at the heart of Africa's water investment future. Over the past 3 days, we have witnessed something truly inspiring. Young innovators from across the continent coming together to co-create solutions to some of Africa's most pressing water challenges. This wasn't just a workshop. It was a challenge-based innovation journey through mentorship, peer collaboration, and expert-led sessions. Our youth participants tackle real-world problems in governance, climate resilience, irrigation, and transboundary water collaboration. The challenge they took on are Water Watch, a digital tool to improve transparency and accountability in local water infrastructure projects. Smart Drop, a low-cost irrigation planner to support smallholder farmers in adapting to climate variability. Pitch to Invest, a toolkit to help youth-led water startups prepare compelling investment pitches. Aqualink, a cross-border water data sharing platform to support regional planning and cooperation. These challenges were inspired by real needs and supported by institutions such as DBSA, Border SA, The hackathon is more than a youth program. It is a proof of concept that when we invest in young people, we unlock more practical and sustainable solutions. It is a call to action for all of us to mainstream youth inclusion in water investment strategies, not as a side note, but as a central pillar of Africa's development agenda. I want to ask the youth who took part in the challenge to please stand so that everyone in the room can see you. And I want to take an opportunity to thank all of you for receiving our call. And I also want to say this to our youth. You have shown us what is possible when courage meets creativity. You are not just leaders of tomorrow. You are the co-creators of today's solution. To our partners and project owners in the room, policymakers in the room, let us continue to build platforms like this, where intergenerational collaboration drives innovation, solidarity, equity, and sustainability. Thank you for your support, and please join me in celebrating the incredible work of Africa's next generation of water leaders. Before we do that, I'll invite my colleague MJ, with whom we work on this, to come on stage as well. Thanks.
Greetings to you all. I'm MJ from Ilambu Global. And they actually gave me the most fun job in the whole entire summit. But first, I need to reflect on a lesson that I learned from the minister. The minister made me remember something that my grandma used to tell me: respect the world, hlonipha nomhlaba, and everything will come your way. So before we start with the announcements, I'd like for us to please get ready, loosen up. The U track knows what's about to happen. Let's get ready to rumble! The clouds are gathering, the clouds are gathering, the clouds are gathering, the cloud. No, no, no. We are not going to have a winner until all the clouds gather. The clouds are gathering, the clouds are gathering, the clouds are gathering, the clouds gathering, the clouds gathering, the clouds. Rain! 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 Thunder! Thunder! Danko! So, it was a very, very competitive youth track. And I'm just going to give a summary of the two teams, starting with the runner-up, that made this youth track possible. So, at runner-up, I'd like to have a drum roll, please. Come on, you have a table in front of you. Drum roll, drum roll, drum roll. Buga Amanzi! So, Buga Amanzi is a digital transparency tool designed to bridge the gap between government water infrastructure data and community awareness. The platform uses APIs to extract project data and presents it through a user-friendly dashboard, enabling citizens to track progress, budgets, and provide feedback. It empowers community with real-time insights and fosters accountability in local water governance. Can we please have a round of applause for Buga Amanzi?
Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry, nerves. Let me start again. All protocols observed, delegates, and my fellow youth. I am Buga Amanzi, and we are Buga Amanzi as a whole. So imagine a rural area with no electricity, nothing, and it's promised a water pipeline. Contracts are signed, communities celebrate, contractors are selected, but time goes by. Days turn into months, months turn into years, yet contractors change, budgets shift, deadlines shift, and yet not a single droplet flows through that water pipeline. For the families from those communities, it's not just an infrastructure delay, that's their reality. Mothers, fathers, cousins, sisters, our grandmothers, they are forced to walk long distances to just get water, which causes their babies to fall ill and local businesses to close. They are left wondering, what happened to the promise they made us? What happened to Amanzi? What happened to the promises, to the pipeline that you promised? What happened to the budget that you told us that you had? This is not only, sorry about that, this is not only an isolated problem, but it's a global problem. The reality is that large water infrastructure projects are susceptible to delays, lack of accountability, cost overrun, causing trust between communities and the government.
Just press I, just lift it up. Just do this. Yes, there we go. Raise it and you press.
Okay.
Just raise your hand and you press. Oh, press.
In South Africa alone, this delays amounts to 170 million. And this is money that could have been used to build water infrastructure to bring water to our grandmothers, to our cousins, to our sisters. But the bigger problem is silence. The data is fragmented, the documents are inaccessible, and there's no real visual representation for the community members. The donors and investors lose interest, and the government lose the trust of the public, making this not only a water scarcity problem, but an economic stability problem. Right now, the G20 and the African Union are mobilizing water infrastructure problems by 2030. But without accountability and transparency, we are at risk at running the same problem. But we do not want to fall into the same trap. We do not want history to repeat itself. And this is why we are proposing Buga Amanzi, a software that is not only software service that provides accountability, transparency, but is built for those multi-billion-dollar investment problems. The software is based on a a dashboard that is synced to the Departments of Water and Sanitations and the National Treasury data, linking it and providing progress reports that display the name of the project, the progress of the project, the money spent, the start and end date of the project. It also allows community members to take pictures and upload, and gives those that would like to remain anonymous. But it does not leave my grandmother and your grandmother out. It still allows them, as it will be translated into ethnic languages. This gives the community empowerment, creates trust between the government and the community, and also acts as a risk management for donors and investors. This model will be free for the community, but will offer a premium analytics for those with a budget, which are the NGOs, the donors, the investors, and the local government, ensuring that sustainability and accountability is met. So what we are asking to bring Buga Amanzi to life is $300 US to bring it from prototype level to implementation level. And this will not only solve South Africa's problem, but will bridge the Africa's water scarcity problem to an end, as it would promote jobs, improve trust, ensure that the money is used for what it's intended for. By 2030, this will make Buga Amanzi the accountability platform. In conclusion, is water a scarcity problem or a trust problem? If we can deliver trust, accountability, and transparency, we can deliver water. And that is Buga Amanzi, and that's what we stand for. So transparency for every drop counts. Oh my God.
Thank you so much to Buga Amanzi. I'd like to ask you guys to please Be kind to the person standing here. This is the youth track, and thank you for including us into this auspicious occasion. But please do include us again and again and again, and we will be able to do this in a very, very much more greater, impactful manner. Can we have another round of applause for Buga Amanzi? Now, for our final winner. It was very, very hard for adjudicators to pick this last and university that's going to be pitching for us. So can we please have a drum roll once again? And the winner of the AU-AIP Youth Track is Team Stellenbosch! Hey! Nice. You guys, man.
Wow, firstly, thanks for the mic working. Firstly, thanks for the opportunity. It's been an amazing experience and for all the groups. So yeah, thanks for all the organization that went into it. Really appreciate it. But to get into the project that we decided on, so like I said before, we're from Stellenbosch University, and the challenge we were tasked with solving involves the trans-border water data sharing, which is a big issue nowadays. Our approach specifically is EB tracer or effect-based tracer. What's the button? Ah. Okay. Oh yeah, see there. So currently, around 50% of clean and treated water is lost annually, and this is largely due to insufficient or malfunctioning infrastructure. And also, about over 90% of wastewater treatment plant effluent isn't up to standard. And a big reason for this is lack of accountability due to things like lack of data sharing or inadequate sampling. And this leads to complications when considering water management, water conservation, and water protection. A result of this is that there's often a delayed response to contamination events, posing an increased risk to humans, the environment, infrastructure, and also agriculture. So our proposed solution to this involves a real-time monitoring system using effect-based biosensors. Effectively, and keep it quite short and brief, what this uses, it uses algae as a proxy for the health of a water system. So you have a system that automatically monitors the health of your algae and the growth of your algae, relays this to the user via IoT devices to an online platform where they can directly access this data. This has several advantages over other methods. So it creates real data that users can interact with in real time, thereby increasing accountability of government and industry. Also, it creates a early monitoring system for users that are dependent on the water to thereby minimize risk to humans consuming that water. And then finally, it promotes trans-boundary cooperation, since different countries will have access to different countries' water data.
So we are aiming to reach the government such as municipalities, river basin organizations, and implementing agents, as well as industries such as water and wastewater treatment industries. So we will be making use of various marketing tools, including outreach events, teaching community members and public organizations how to use the technology, but most importantly, we will be marketing the transparency of the data, as the data will be readily and freely available for our consumers. So our current competition includes laboratories and government organizations that perform sporadic and inconsistent sampling when monitoring water sources. Our product and service circumvent this by offering real-time monitoring of these water sources, thus stopping problems before they have damaging, devastating effects. We are currently receiving money in the form of grants from Innovus, a Stellenbosch University incubator, as well as the EU-funded MAR2 project. Our future revenue will come from offering an equipment installation fee that will include the training of a local operator. Additionally, we will offer a monthly subscription fee that includes data analysis from the real-time monitor, as well as providing servicing of the on-site equipment. Currently, we have various interested parties and affiliations, including Innovus, which has provided funding for our idea, as well as to patent it. We also have Kakai, an industry partner who is interested in installing a biosensor in their decentralized wastewater treatment ponds. So through our funding, we also work with the City of Cape Town, which is interested in installing a biosensor at the Cape Flats wastewater treatment plant, specifically at their effluent. The resources we require include partnership with government, private investors, and interested institutions, investments and grants for developing our product, and lastly, advice from collaborators and a platform to showcase our product. So here we have prepared an estimated financial projection for a very small-scale pilot. As you can see in the table, the bulk of the cost will be initial infrastructure, which will be covered by the monthly subscription fee after a period of time. So millions of rands have been invested into the development already. So investment will go to the upscaling of our product, and we are thus requesting for approximately 2.5 million USD or 50 million rand. Thank you very much. Oh, we're done.
It's amazing.
Thank you.
Well done, guys.
Distinguished delegates, thank you very much for your attention. And I just want to emphasize, we only had 2 days to have this ready, to have this youth work intensively. And I want to take the opportunity to thank the coaches who were there to mentor them, the jury that came through to support them. And also, as you can see, these youths need mentorship. They need support. So I'm taking this opportunity with the financiers in the room to invite you as well to come and work with us to develop these solutions and to take them to investment. Before we proceed, I'll invite MJ again on stage. Can you give us another one of that? Let's go.
The reason why he's calling me on stage is because you want to make the point that the youth is the energy of platforms and summits just like this one. So with that said, let's get ready to rumble! The clouds are gathering, 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 the clouds are gathering. Rain! Rain! Thunder! Thunder! Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big hand for MJ and Au-Aip. Please, teams, if you could remain, because the minister will be coming now to present the certificates. Ladies and gentlemen, you can't match that energy from the youth. And Honorable Minister, I don't want to lie that I'm still a youth. I have been outside that bracket for a couple of years now, and so you can guess where I am. But I'm really glad that they have started making a difference at this very young age, Honorable Minister, and are here pitching to a platform of over 100, close to 200 investors. And I hope that our investors have picked a project or two that they'll be able to fund for the youth. Honorable Minister, may I invite you to come in front, and borrowing from your words from yesterday, or from the first day, the powers vested in me. I invite the Honorable Minister of South Africa to come and present to our youth. Honorable Minister is inviting fellow ministers from across Africa to also join on the public platform. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for sharing the platform with your honorable colleagues from across Africa. Yes. And all the ministers seated this side, please. The Honorable Minister would want you on stage. Kindly, please, Honorable Ministers, come join our hosts for the presentation of certificates to our youth, but also a group photo with our youth who are already making a difference on the continent. Please, our winning teams, can you please come on stage? Our winning teams, can we please come on stage, please? I know there is an echo this side, so they probably won't hear me even though they are super close, so please forgive us. Our winning teams, can we please come on stage and take a group photo with our ministers? So we'll have to put them in front? Yeah. Maybe they can be in front, I don't know. Yeah, move on in front. They are the youth, their bones are still quite strong, so they can, reduce their height a little bit. Is that all?
Yeah, it's for everyone. So just going to mention your name, they go to minister and take their certificates. I'll announce the names as I'm reading them.
Such an opportunity doesn't come, twice, thrice. It's one in a lifetime where you have ministers all in one place and you can take a group photo with them. Smiles, please. Awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, just to repeat, the winning teams are from the youth track section who pitched their ideas and made it to the top two. Buka Amanzi from the University of Cape Town, their innovation is advancing digital transparency in the water sector. A big hand for them again. And then we also have Stellenbosch University, Aqualink. Their innovation is a real-time water quality data platform. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, our honorable ministers. Honorable, can I now request that we hand over the certificates? All right. So the ministers, honorable minister is requesting that you remain on stage. Honorable Minister is requesting that you remain on stage and then the names will be called out. The names or the certificates are being presented to all the youth that took place in the youth track section at the Water Investment Summit. MJ, over to you.
Thank you, Teresa. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call out each person's name and they're going to come to the Honorable Minister and receive their certificates. First in front of me, I've got Anelka Nichols. Anelka. Tulani Funiselo. Anna Umunezero. Anna. Kuron Nason. Let's keep it going, ladies and gentlemen. Carlton Aaron. Bowen Langmead. sorry, Minister, supposed to give you. Yeah, Minister. Londiwe Mthembu. I believe she's not here. Zinhle Mbeka. Leah Saws. Brian Bowles. Danisile Ndlovu. Desmond Mola. gonna come. No, that's yeah. Danisile, Ndlovu, Lesego Ndlovu. Felicia Diale. Uyena Felicia. Douglas Archer. Amy Lee Kennedy. Neraya Sehobai. Boipelo Poho. Selumi Mawasha. Mapefo Twala. Musa Pel Mkize. Khadi Makhacha. Onalena Mochotlwane. Nonjabulo Mpele. Kevin Kofatsamo. May I please come back? Okay. Will you please just do it? Emilia Mupwedi. May I please have Mr. Ashton Mpofu? Mendi Shozi. Dina Ramaromandare. Shalongo Angula. This is Dina. Dina. Yes. Craig Tanyanyaniwa. Please just take. Philadelphia Ngobeni. Yes. Yes. No. Just, yeah. Our coordinator, Mr. Albain Changu. Tumisanga Kosi. Okay, she's here. Moko Mataba. I think that's Moko Mataba. Yes. Mr. Mfanelo Ndlela. Youth Ndala. This is our old youth. Maphe Fotswala. Khadi Makhacha. Mendy Shozi. Open. And I believe that's it. We close now. Okay. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Can we please have a round of applause for our honorable ministers? Thank you. Can we take one more pictures with the certificates? So can we have the youth also blending in with the ministers? And then we can all have a group photo with the certificates holding them up. Yes. Yes.
We could also try to do it in 2 phases, one group at a time. Yeah. Yeah, can we split so that maybe everyone's face is visible on the camera? So maybe one group can be on the side. We allow one group to take a picture with the ministers, and then we will get in the second. Yeah. The youth in front, please. The youth in front, the ministers behind. Let's front the youth. Youth, please, can we quickly get in front of our ministers so we can move on with our program? We'll off it. Colleagues with our cameras, are we able to see everyone? Can I have a thumbs up? No. The camera people say they can't see everyone. Sorry? It's too wide. Yeah, let's please split. Let's please quickly split.
No, Your Excellency.
As quickly as we do the rain, thunder game, right? Yeah. As quickly as we can we please move this side, colleagues? Move this side. The youth, yeah? In front, the youth, our ministers right behind. You can stay in the picture. Okay. Yeah? Okay. Is that better? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our leaders for today and the future are right before us. All right, can we have the second group, please? Second group with our ministers. The youth are the most organized, as you can see. They quickly organize themselves.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you.
The youth, we can move in front, please. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. In 1, 2, 3, take. Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a big hand again for our youth at the Water Investment Summit 2025 with their leader, Au-Aip and MJ. Our youth and honorable ministers, I will request now that we can return to our seats, and then we'll move on with our program. As you know, there were several commitments and pledges we hoped would come out of this conference, and therefore we will have the government side.
No problem. Thanks.
If possible, I will be inviting the honorable minister from Namibia, and maybe you can just remain in front. And the honorable minister from Tunisia, you may also remain in front. Honorable ministers from Namibia and Tunisia, you may remain in front. And I'll invite our deputy minister for South Africa, Honorable Mahlo, to come please in front. So, Honorable Minister? No, they're coming, yeah. Thank Thank you so much. We will now move on with our program, and this section will take us to the government's pledges and commitments. We will hear what exactly the governments are doing to ensure that investors are able to come in. Do we have a favorable environment? Are they putting in some money? We're talking about domestic resources in the water investment sector. Are they putting in any money on their end? This is the conversation that, again, should start with our governments. And we know that they're already doing something, but this particular section, we want to hear the practical side. Honorable Minister. All right, so I will invite, as we wait for the Honorable Minister from Namibia, Honorable Zamani. She's the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries, Water and Land Reform in Namibia. She'll be coming forward. And then we'll also have the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Water Resources from Tunisia, who is also joining our Deputy Minister from South Africa, Honorable Malho. They will be telling us their pledges and commitments, and therefore, to open this section, I invite Honorable Deputy Minister to get us started. What are South Africa's pledges and commitments as now we close day 3 of the Water Investment Summit 2025? Honorable.
Your Excellencies, Minister Majodina, and all our ministers, our esteemed guests and the leadership. On South Africa's side, we also look at the question of creating an enabling environment for investment. We have decided to undertake reforms as a country to open up the issues of water and sanitation investment. In the main, we are looking at Metropolitan Trading Services Program as part of our reforms, wherein the issues of Water Services Authority and water services providers are being separated. We are ring-fencing the municipal revenues so that we can create a single point of accountability. In other words, we're establishing a professional managed ring-fence utilities for water and electricity so that there's an adequate investment and maintenance. We're also introducing performance-based contracts for our water utilities, introducing the special purpose vehicle wherein the state and the private sector can actually create an SPV. One is being done right now in South Africa between our water utility called Randwater and Mfuleni, and a number of municipalities are doing that particular point. Secondly, we're also creating an institution for water resource planning, financing, development, protection and management of water resources. Our biggest SPV, called the Trans-Caledon Canal Authority, that is at the forefront of the Lesotho Highlands Phase 1 and the Lesotho Highlands Phase 2. We are creating an organization called the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency, removing it from the state so that the asset can be disencumbered, so that we can be able to use the assets to be in a position to get the money from the markets, and we don't have problems. We're also improving the performance of utilities, that all those that want to invest in South Africa, whether as SPVs, whether through concessional agreement, whether terms of build, own, train and transfer, you will have to enter into performance-based contracts. There is going to be licensing and a disincentive. When it comes to issues of financing, funding of water, we have created the issue called a blended finance. In DBSA, which is the Development Bank of Southern Africa, currently we have a unit is called an infrastructure fund. It helps around project planning so that the project can be able to actually be in a position to meet the bankability criteria. Out of all the monies that the DBSA and Infrastructure Fund has done, more than 46 billion, 23 billion rands is currently right now going for water and sanitation. Blended finance, the state is able to do the de-risking so that the social component can be attended to. We need to indicate that there are a number of projects that we are looking that they should be an investment. Lesotho Highlands Phase 2, currently underway. There's an offtake that is available. We are looking at an additional more than 40 billion rands. But currently between us and Lesotho, we are implementing that particular project. Here at home, working with the mining sector, already there is an agreement, but it's an area for investment, of taking one of the longest pipelines in the Northern Cape province. Is called the Valga-Mahara scheme. It requires about 8.1 billion rands. We are also having a relationship with the mining sector in the province of Limpopo, where the pipeline from our dam that is there, we require about 28 billion rands. Already the state has put its own contribution right now. We are in the market so that more than 160 kilometers of the pipeline, including the pump stations, you'll be able to do. As a state, in all these number of projects we have, currently for water security, there are above 100 billion rands that are indicated. But in terms of traditional funding, with all the grants that the government has, for municipalities, we have a portion called a municipal infrastructure grant. Our own ministry has a regional bulk infrastructure grant, water services improvement grant, housing has money called urban settlement development grant, and the money called human settlement development grant, 1/3 of that. Close to about 153 billion rands is the commitment of the state over the next 3 years to be in a position to ensure water security, but issues of reliability of water and sanitation supply. This excludes the monies by our own entities like Randwater over the next 5 years to prepare for the water that comes from Lesotho. Randwater is upgrading its infrastructure. Last week, Friday, President opened an infrastructure of more than 5 billion rands, where more than 600 million liters are now designed in terms of our pump system, that we should be able to do that. In the next 5 years, they'll spend more than 40 billion rands. These are the firm commitments. But people will ask us, how will we get our money back? We have also to proceed with certainty around water reforms in terms of pricing and affordability. Water use charges and pricing for the entire value chain. Our country has introduced an independent economic regulator. At this stage, it is a quasi-economic regulator. There is a developmental charge, there is a bulk charge, and a retail charge, including a waste discharge charge system. We want to ensure that you can be able to predict so that we can be able to do risking. The last reform is around the question of ensuring that there are no regulatory barriers. We've looked at the question of the licensing regime to unlock economic growth and opportunities. Our water licensing reforms were no longer taking more than 3 years, 5 years. A license for water use in South Africa, we are able to conclude it in 90 days. The EIA, which is also a problem in terms of readiness, we have synchronized them, that the environmental impact assessment, the issues of OH, the issues of occupational health and safety, and more importantly, the issues of servitudes, because infrastructure travels lands that are either privately owned or state-owned. We are having that particular clearinghouse. The last point is issues of building sensitive water, climate, and sanitation sensitive and vibrant communities. In the main, dealing with the issues of sabotage of infrastructure, issues of vandalism, issues of efficiency, and running a number of campaigns. South Africa is open for water business, but remember, our projects are linked with the region. A big project with Botswana, the Lesotho Kingdom will be supplying Botswana, the infrastructure will pass in South Africa. That project, the three countries will work together. Currently, as we work right now with Zimbabwe, we are going to be pushing water from Bay Bridge. The implementing agent, they are ready, DBSA, they will be going to the market with Zimbabwe National Water Utility. We will be bringing water from the Bay Bridge. Additional 2 dams are going to be built in Zimbabwe so that we can unlock the issues of the economy above the Limpopo River. We're also looking at the issues of the Zambezi confluence. We're in Botswana, South Africa, Zimbabwe. We need to do a number of discussions. I thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, South Africa is open for the water business. The Honorable Deputy Minister there underscoring that South Africa has undertaken reforms, but also has put in quite considerable amount of resources for revamping the water sector. A big hand again for South Africa. Thank you so much, Honorable Deputy Minister. Allow me now, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Ministers, to invite the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries, Water and Land Reform in Namibia, Honorable Zamani, to also indicate Namibia's pledges and commitments. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, moderator. I think first and foremost, I would like to appreciate the delegates that are still here in big numbers on a Friday morning. It shows your commitment and interest to this very, very important summit where we are talking about water. Firstly, I would like to just share with what we have done as a country and why we have done what we have done and what we hope to do going forward. As some of you may know, and those of you who may not know, Namibia is a really vast country, a very big country, and is blessed with remarkable landscape. But we are severely challenged by scarce and very highly variable water resources. We are one of the driest countries in sub-Saharan Africa, and I'm sure between Namibia and Botswana, we are competing for who is in the top position about being the driest country. We believe that we are in the top. It's not an enviable position to be in, but that is what nature has landed us. And the climatic changes, the climatic condition changes have made our position even unenviable. But we are committed to make sure that these challenges of water scarcity are turned into opportunities, opportunities for innovation, for partnerships, and for sustainable investment. And that is why we are here today up to the last day. Investments that will enable us not only to meet the Sustainable Development Goal number 6, but to also to be able to provide water for our industrial growth and our agricultural sector. I'm therefore pleased to share with you our concrete commitment to water and sanitation investment. And already our cabinet has approved that 5% of our national budget must be spent on water and sanitation infrastructure. We are not yet there, but we are making significant strides. And just for example, for the current medium expenditure framework, we have budgeted over 6 billion Namibian dollars for water and sanitation infrastructure investment. This is broken in the following way. One, 2.8 Namibian dollars will come for our own resources as a country, and we have secured 4 billion from the Africa Development Bank and KfW. These two partners, development partners and financial institutions, have really been core to our water infrastructure development over the last 5 years. And we are immensely grateful for the African Development and KfW contribution to our water and sanitation infrastructure development. Particularly the African Development and KfW investment will go towards large-scale projects that will improve water conveyance, rehabilitate our aging infrastructure, and expand our sanitation coverage, both in rural and in urban areas. Yesterday, we were pitching jointly with South Africa our Noord-Oever Fall Drift Dam development. And Honorable Deputy Minister, I listened very carefully when you were mentioning the projects under development. And I think this one maybe is at an early stage for you, but for us it's a very, very important development as we are part of that important watershed resource. And we already yesterday, we managed to secure $1 million US that will substitute our own funds, $1 million US that we have jointly pledged with the government of South Africa. And this will go towards the initial feasibility study of investigation to look into the viability and feasibility of this dam. The total estimated development cost for that dam is $231 million US. We didn't get much a firm expression of interest yesterday when we were pitching this, and I can only say we remain open for further engagement. And if there are any investors who are interested, please contact ourselves and our secretariat through the executive director of the Orasacom. This project is important for our long-term water security, not only for social, but also for our economic development of the two nations, as well as for the ecological water requirement in the lower Orange River. We acknowledge, and we have acknowledged this very much long time ago, that public financing alone is not enough. And therefore, we are advancing as a country public-private partnership participation as core to our water security strategy. We have a flagship initiative which is planned and at an advanced stage, which is the coastal desalination plant to be developed with private investors as a public-private partnership. This plant will supply water to our coastal towns that are expanding significantly, as well as the mining sector in that part of our country. This project will be developed in 3 phases. So phase 1 will focus on the infrastructure development for the coastal and the mining sector in the Orongo region. We hope phase 2 will then bring the water to central water areas, and from there, phase 3, we hope that together with Botswana, we can develop that infrastructure to be able to also supply water to Botswana. So it will soon become a transboundary project. Our investment drive is not limited to infrastructure. We are equally committed to building the institutional and technical capacity needed to operate and maintain this infrastructure sustainably. This includes strengthening our water governance frameworks, improving cost recovery mechanism, and as well as efficiency, and expanding skills training for the water sector workforce. Also, in project preparation and project management capacity. We recognize that water security is inseparable from food security, energy security, public health, tourism, and economic competitiveness. It is for this reason that Namibia approaches water investment not as an isolated sectoral issue, but as a driver of our national development as well as regional integration. Now, when I look at what we have been discussing for the last 3 days, this summit has so far provided information and vital platform for us to mobilize the required resources in order to close the gap that we have been talking about for the last 3 days. $30 billion per annum is not a small number to be mobilized per year, but it is not impossible when there is concerted effort, when there is political commitment, which we saw in the first day of our deliberation, given the presence of their excellencies that were present here. So with political commitment and with a commitment from the investors and all the partners, it is possible to do so, and we believe we can do so. And to this end, Namibia pledges to maintain and attract and grow our investment in water and sanitation through domestic financing, first and foremost. We believe that we must also be able to contribute to the funding of our infrastructure in water and sanitation. We cannot solely depend on loans and concessional funding. And as a government, we have done this for the last 5 years. So through domestic resources, through concessional loans and grant, and private partnership, until every African on our continent has access to reliable, safe drinking water and adequate sanitation facilities. We acknowledge that there remain significant gaps in water infrastructure investment, and that rapid solutions are urgently needed, not only in Namibia, but as we have heard, across Africa at large. And it is therefore so pleasing this morning to listen to the young people who have come up making a contribution towards our water conservation and water accountability and data availability through the innovation that they have come up with. So we are very grateful for that. Thank you very much. Now, in terms of what have been our takeaway from the 2 days of engagement, I think initially, most of us in Africa have been, African governments, we have been investing hugely in our water infrastructure on our own because we believe that water is a human right and everybody needs access to affordable water. But as we have learned from this summit, there are financing solutions out there that can still enable the private sector to participate and invest in the development of the water infrastructure, be able to get their return on investment, which is very critical for the private sector, and therefore through various blended financing solutions, we can still deliver water to our people that still remain affordable. And that's why we are opening up investment in the water sector to our private partners. I also believe one of the key lessons that we have taken from here is that while we are inviting investors to invest in the water infrastructure, we must also look inwardly in terms of the governance of the sector, in terms of the institutional capacity that is available within the sector, and also in terms of institutional reforms. And to that end, as a country, we have already adopted our Water Resource Management Act. Last year, it has been operational, and through this legislation, we have many platforms to improve the water governance sector in our country, including, as we have heard here, setting up an independent water regulator that will be responsible for setting the tariffs independently. We are going to be looking into this. We are going to be prioritizing that. Of course, for us to be able to attract the necessary investment into our country, in terms of security of investment, in terms of the efficiency within our regulatory framework, this is critical, and we have embarked on the process of governance reforms already, and we are going to continue to improve. We also are aware that investors are very specific about what they need. We are willing to sit on the table with our investors and to discuss project-specific requirements, project-specific skills, and together to develop those skills and to make sure that we meet each other halfway. I think the investment model of the yesteryear, where the investors were calling the shots, are no longer on the table. We have to sit jointly together and find solution that meets all our respective needs. This summit have also underscored that innovative financing mechanism can be structured to leverage capital investment into the water sector without disproportionately transferring the cost of water to end users, especially our vulnerable communities. And we look forward to engaging with our development partners and interested investors to see how we can collectively come up with investment solutions that will make sure that the water is still affordable to every African across this great continent of ours. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister from Namibia, Honorable Zamwani, for spelling out the lessons that you have gathered from here. Blended finance is quite a big one, but I actually really like that both yourself and the Honorable Deputy Minister from South Africa have also spoken about regional cooperation among its countries. So we can't discuss water investments just nationally. We are also looking at transboundary water investments. And thank you so much for that 5% commitment of the national budget going to water. That is a big plus. A hand again for Namibia. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, Honorable Ministers from across Africa and the globe, and Honorable Delegates. We now move on to Tunisia. Honorable Minister, Honorable Ben Sheikh, he's the Minister of Agriculture, Natural Resources and Water, and he will also be spelling out pledges and commitments from Tunisia. Honorable Minister, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Excellencies, ministers, distinguished guests. First of all, I would like to express my warm gratitude to the government of South Africa for its warm hospitality, and in particular, His Excellency, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa, and Honorable, as you know, Sister Mrs. Pemi Majudina, Minister of Water and Sanitation of Republic of South Africa. I don't know if you know that Tunisia and South Africa has the two extreme points in Africa. Tunisia in the north and South Africa in the south. It's a great honor for me to be among you today and these days to attend this meeting, high-level meeting, which is one of
it's an important thank you so much.
Which has a shared goal, that is to strengthen cooperation and investment in water sector. I don't know if you know that Tunisia has a very scarce, it's a water scarce country with a quota for everyone, for each inhabitant per year, or of 420 cubic meters, which less than the scarce level of water, which is 500 cubic meter per inhabitant per year. So we try to manage with this scarcity, lack of water. So we have created, our strategy is based on connecting dams together, transferring water from the north to central regions of Tunisia, managing water resources at the national level to ensure fair destination. So Tunisia has also developed a long-term strategy for water looking ahead in the year 2050. This includes project pipelines such as building and improving dams, providing clean drinking water, improving sanitation, developing irrigation, protecting farmland, desalination, and taking care of environment, of course. To make this plan a reality, we need around $24 billion looking ahead to the year 2050. So far, about $3.7 billion have already been invested in ongoing projects. Around $20 billion will still need to be found. The Tunisian government is committing to cover about 15% of its cost, of this cost, nearly $3.7 billion. And we will continue to investing in all action that can reduce our financing gap, that can enhance the efficiency, and especially reducing water losses by fixing and maintaining water networks, using water more efficiently in agriculture, using treated wastewater for irrigation to save fresh water for future generations, using safe energy in new projects to protect the environment and reduce carbon emissions, reducing water evaporation with smart solutions like floating solar panels, thin protective layers, and underground water tanks. We are also making important changes to help move projects forward, such as updating our water law, changing water prices to reflect real costs, making projects management more transparent and efficient, encouraging public-private partnerships, creating tax and financial incentives to attract local and international investors, making administrative processes simpler and faster. In short, our vision is clear. We want to invest in water scarcity by 2050. Modernize our systems, use new ideas and technologies, and create the right environment for investment. We are here today to share our experience and learn from others, and work together. Our goals include finding new opportunities for cooperation and funding, strengthening partnerships for real, visible results, getting support to improve our capacity to carry out bankable projects, building a shared national investment plan with clear deadlines and proper follow-up, exchanging innovative solutions to solve water problems. We count on your support to make this reality. And the last message is Tunisia is a very nice country, so welcome to Tunisia.
I see Honorable Minister celebrating there. Okay. Thank you so much, Tunisia, for those commitments. 3.7 billion US dollars has already been invested in Tunisia. Therefore, investors, if you go to Tunisia, you're not starting from scratch. Even for Namibia, even for South Africa, you're not starting from scratch. And I'm sure during the day, we'll also hear from the various pledges and commitments coming from different governments who are represented here. Let me again thank the Honorable Deputy Minister for South Africa, Honorable David Macho. A big hand for him. Honorable Zamwani, Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries, Water and Land Reform, Namibia. And Honorable Ben Sheikh, Minister of Agriculture, Natural Resources and Water, Tunisia. A big hand for him. Just giving us a sample of what Africa has to offer. We are already doing something in the water sector, but it may not be enough. We need investors, we need the private sector, we need everyone to join hands so that we take water investments to the next level. Ladies and gentlemen, a big hand for the honorable ministers as they go back to their seats. A photo, please. Colleagues with cameras, if you would please help us out with a group photo. Thank you so much. Yes, Honorable Minister, there is an invitation for you to join. We will be dancing again, just as we did last night. Our minister is such a vibe. No dull moment with her. In those beautiful colors. Let me, as they take that photo, thank all the honorable ministers that came from far and wide across the African continent to be physically available for the first Water Investment Summit 2025 on the African soil. The first time a G20 country is hosting the G20. The First time we have an African country hosting the G20 on African soil. Isn't that beautiful? Thank you so much, Honorable Ministers. Ladies and gentlemen, as we have seen and heard, we participated. Our governments have spoken. They have made commitments. We have also had the sessions, practical sessions, where project owners were pitching to investors. By the way, if you didn't know the figure, we had about 194 investors at this summit. They attended those sessions, they listened, and I'm sure they will be giving us their intents, they will be giving us their commitments, and they will further have discussions with the project owners. Ladies and gentlemen, if you saw how successful those side project matchmaking sessions have been, the person behind those is none other than Ms. Sumbi Shimwamba. She is the Water and Sanitation Finance Specialist at Au-Aip. Give it up for Sumbi. All right, so Sumbi will just take us through what the experience has been from all the corners where we went to listen to the project owners pitching. Was it successful? Were there any challenges? But just to give you, a heads up, 80 projects were pitched at the summit. Sumbi, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Teresa. Greetings to you all, distinguished delegates, all protocols observed. And to begin to answer Teresa's question, yes, the matchmaking sessions were successful. I stand here to share details of the matchmaking sessions that have taken place over the past 3 days. We will hear a little later within the plenary from a selected project owner on their experiences of the matchmaking sessions and how they plan to take advantage of the outcomes of the matchmaking sessions. As seen from the program, the matchmaking sessions formed a central pillar of the summit. In alignment with the theme of mobilizing resources for Africa's water security, and the sessions served as a dedicated platform for connecting project owners with investors and strategic partners, and also concretizing the strategic plenary sessions and discussions we have been holding in parallel. Across the 3 days, we showcased 80 projects from 38 African countries, including 16 regional projects and a continental project. This represents approximately 70% of Africa's footprint in terms of representation. These projects covered several subsectors, for example, water and sanitation, multi-purpose water infrastructure, which includes irrigation, flood management, early warning systems, aquaculture, integrated water resources management, traditional knowledge, and conflict management, including energy efficiency projects and water transport. This shows the diversity and that countries are making progress in dealing with water issues in an integrated manner. The total capex of the project is approximately 32 billion, with an investment ask of 15.9 billion. And you are able to find this investment pipeline on the summit website. A selection process ensured that the projects met preparation standards, increasing the likelihood of meaningful investment discussions. We congratulate the project owners on making it to showcasing their pipelines and also the efforts they have put in showcasing the pipeline. Several investor institutions were engaged in advance, ensuring targeted participation from MDBs, climate funds, bilateral partners, private investors, engineering companies, as well as project preparation facilities. Of paramount importance, we saw from the matchmaking session that there was shared understanding that partnership building will be an iterative process requiring multiple engagements beyond the initial summit sessions. And so the summit of 2025 presented the first opportunity between project owners and investors. Commitments were made for continued dialogue and deeper due diligence to advance projects to eventual investments. Furthermore, not only did the projects receive constructive feedback from investors to help strengthen various aspects of their projects going forward, but they also had the opportunity to learn from other countries. We share here with you some of the observations from the sessions. What should we keep in mind? Partially financed projects partial financing served as a clear signal of momentum and reduced perceived investment risk. Projects that had already secured partial financing, either from governments or from other partners, seemed to attract more investors. Infrastructure projects were generally more visible and constantly attracted a greater number of investors. If we are to realize water security for the continent, we must support other sectors, subsectors beyond infrastructure. We must support them through project preparation towards developing bankable and sustainable models. We also saw a great number of projects addressing sector improvements. For example, we saw projects being pitched on energy efficiency and other sector improvement activities. Reference is made to the pyramid of transformation. For potential financing sources reference is made to the pyramid of transformation. Potential financing sources to close the water investment gap in Africa from the high-level panel's landmark report, we see that the bulk of the financing would come from addressing sector governance issues. Key outcomes of the matchmaking sessions are as follows. Relationships have been strengthened between governments, project developers and financiers, building trust and paving way for long-term collaboration. Common bottlenecks in project preparation were identified, promoting discussions, enhancing needs for project preparation. And the key lessons that have been identified will be integrated into the Africa Investment Program's pipeline. During the sessions and through investor feedback, we were able to track interest and commitments for further discussions. And this builds up also on some of the commitments that we have heard just in the previous session. The commitments took various forms, including pledges to undertake due diligence immediately after the summit towards providing financing. An example, again, was given of a project that has been able to secure financing for Namibia. Bridging studies commitments were also made for funding bridging studies to advance projects towards bankability for some projects that were missing critical aspects in their preparation. The sessions also provided a platform for exploring co-financing structures with MDBs, bilateral organizations, and impact investors. There were also commitments to support technical advisory for project countries. On the other hand, we also had project preparation facilities showcase their own project pipelines, mobilizing core investments through this process. Their active participation across the multiple sessions signaled a readiness not only to fund specific projects, but also to work collaboratively with other financiers and partners. So what next after the summit? We will be supporting further a select number of projects towards realizing financing. Our next stop is the upcoming October 2025 Luanda Financing Summit being held in Luanda, Angola. In December 2026, at the UN 2026 Water Conference, as part of the outcomes, we will disseminate information being consolidated and tracked of the outcomes of the matchmaking sessions. 2030 is the target year where we will review our progress towards closing Africa's water financing gaps. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sumbi, for bringing us up to speed on what transpired in those matchmaking sessions. They were worth 32 billion US dollars. The commitments are not just in monetary form. As you have heard, they are commitments for technical support, capacity building, although Dr. Mani yesterday, I heard him on a panel saying, do we need to still continue to say capacity development for Africa? Yeah, but maybe we might find another term, but that is it. Commitments and pledges do not necessarily have to only be in monetary terms. And therefore, if you have any commitment or pledge that you would want to make, and maybe it's not in monetary form, please still do feel free to announce it at some point when I call for such announcements. Our honorable minister, honorable ministers present here, delegates, we move on with our program. Is it still morning, this afternoon now? I would like to invite on stage representatives from a number of organizations representing their sectors as well. First up, Mr. Nchera Johans Chirwa, who is the Director, Water and Sanitation, African Development Bank, a big hand. Dr. Juice Nancy, Director, Africa Hub, IRC. Dr. Alex Mane, University of Oxford. Jay So, the Chairperson of the Global Water Partnership Technical Committee. Thank you so much. They will take us through, again, their intents, commitments, pledges, and as I said, both monetary and any other form that you may have that will take us forward in as far as water investments in Africa are concerned. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in inviting Mr. Nchera Chirwa to please inform the Water Investment Summit 2025 on pledges, intents, or commitments from the African Development Bank.
Thank you very much, Teresa. Honorable ministers, your excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me once again to reiterate on behalf of the leadership of the African Development Bank our sincere gratitude for having invited us to be part of this very important and groundbreaking event. It has been truly intense few days of practical water investment discussions at every corner during the coffee breaks, during lunchtime, in the cafeteria, but also during the many sessions and matchmaking meetings. As we all agree, the African continent, looking at recent trend, is clearly off track in attaining SDG 6 targets. And without a shadow of a doubt, we need more of these kind of events to make a difference. To the organizers and our gracious host country, South Africa, we really want to say thank you for having facilitated this event so successfully. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, my team and I have really enjoyed participating in the matchmaking sessions, which Sumbi just provided an overview summary of. And based on the preliminary review that we have conducted very rapidly, out of the 80 projects that were formally presented and showcased, we have identified about 27 operations that fit very well with our priorities for the next few years. These operations, which we could consider for financing, represent an envelope of around $2.8 billion US. We clearly understand that the list of projects discussed here is only a fraction of what is out there on the market. Hence, the importance for us is also to mention some of the other investment considerations that we have as the African Development Bank in this sector in support of our 54 regional member countries across the continent. The African Development Bank has, for the next 5 years, prioritized to support large-scale, impact-driven, integrated projects, serving as much as possible multiple purposes. Hence, the special initiative that we are developing to support the energy food ecosystem nexus, which we presented recently in Dakar under the patronage of our chair for AMCAO, Honorable Dr. Sheikh Tidiane Diaye, the Minister of Hydraulic and Sanitation in the Republic of Senegal. Through this initiative, we anticipate investing another $1.2 billion by 2027 and 4 times more by 2030. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, between 2021 and 2030, the African Development Bank has committed to invest an estimated $12 billion in total in the water sector. In addition, the bank, under the leadership of Dr. Akenwumi Adesina, our president, has pledged to quadruple amount of climate financing made available to African countries, of which the water sector is a key area of priority. To demonstrate that, the recently launched Climate Action Window in the bank has earmarked an initial $400 million, of which the majority of financing allocated so far to about 13 projects is in the water sector across several countries in Africa. With respect to sanitation, which we believe is as important as our discussions around water, we, as you may be aware, launched recently an initiative which we call the Africa Urban Sanitation Investment Initiative, focused on addressing access to sanitation services in urban areas, leaving no one behind. Through this initiative, we are earmarking preparation of investment opportunities in all African countries and mobilizing about $7 billion of downstream financing over the next 10 years. This will not only be from the African Development Bank, but also through partnerships with other MDBs and financing partners, but also through blended financing instruments. In solidarity with the draft declaration that we shared on the first day of this summit, we would like to reiterate that the African Development Bank's particular focus and interest in supporting water and sanitation is not limited to new investments only, but also supporting water service providers, that is utilities and city councils and assemblies, to improve operations and capacity to manage better the assets that are already in the ground. As we have heard through the summit, a number of countries still face significant challenges to manage non-revenue water, in some instances losing more than half of water produced. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this cannot be allowed to continue, considering the immense challenges that we face going forward in meeting demand for water, but also the dwindling resource and impacts of climate change. That is why we are also initiating a new initiative focused on supporting our water utilities to improve performance and address operational inefficiencies with an objective of enabling them to access direct financing from us and other financiers to enable them achieve their capital investment objectives, which are estimated in excess of $17 billion specifically in the water utility sector. Your Excellencies, I am now kindly turning to you and would like to perhaps advise that all these good intentions that I'm talking about here can only materialize should we have your full buy-in, but also those of your respective governments. In our experience engaging with you, at times we find that the ministries of water have high priorities for the sector. However, they face competition at a national level because of competing interests of also other sectors. Therefore, if we are to achieve these ambitions, we need to strengthen our advocacy at country level and bring our ministers of finance on board, because it is them that will enable this financing to happen. For us as the African Development Bank, we rely on submission of requests for financing that must be supported by the ministers of finance. This is essential for us to achieve these ambitions. Second, and last aspect that I would like to articulate is that of project readiness. This is a major aspect for us to enable financing to move ahead at speed. And we would like to invite you to take particular attention to ensure that these projects that are priorities have the preparation activities undertaken adequately and on time. All the technical, financial, environmental, and social studies that will enable to make these investments bankable. We have in the African Development Bank the African Water Facility, which is an instrument created by African ministers in 2001, focused solely on preparing investment projects. This facility has been reliant on donor support since establishment, but as you are aware, the challenging environment globally is diminishing the access to donor support towards facilities such as this. And our call is really for African governments to provide some special support to ensure that this facility can continue to do its tremendous work, which so far has mobilized $2.2 billion since establishment for projects supported directly by this facility. Lastly, as a win-win compromise, we would also like to highly appreciate if you could support further replenishment of special funds such as the Africa Water Facility, but also ensure that we bring on board all stakeholders such as the youth that we saw earlier today, but also women, to ensure that all respective stakeholders are part of the development process, not forgetting, of course, the important segment of private sector. I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chirwa. 27 projects identified, and he threw in a number. Do you remember the figure of the resources that the African Development Bank will be investing? I heard someone louder. 2.8 billion, a big hand for African Development Bank. We really appreciate you, and we really appreciate, again, that you will be helping and supporting the local governments in terms of improving efficiencies in the water sector. Appreciate it, and thank you so much for being here at the Water Investment Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to invite Dr. Just Nancy, who is the Director, Africa Hub, IRC, for their intents and commitments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Teresa. Honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of IRC Africa Hub, we are proud to join the Africa Water Investment Program Partnership. We commit to co-convening alongside the African Ministers' Council on Water, AMCAO, and the African Union, AIP, a landmark leadership symposium that will address the systemic challenges preventing African countries from unlocking the bottom and middle tiers of the AIP investment pyramid. As Alex Simalabwi reminded us at the opening of this summit, these tiers, governance, efficiency, and domestic resource mobilization are the foundation for building the financial credibility and institutional capacity our sector needs. They are essential to closing Africa's massive water and sanitation financing gap. The Africa All Systems Leadership Symposium, to be held in Kigali from 13 to 17 July 2026, is intended as a direct follow-up to the current Africa Water Investment Summit. It will be jointly convened by the African Union AIP, bringing the highest level of continental political leadership. AMCAO, providing its ministerial mandates and continental sector stewardship. And IRC Africa Hub, contributing technical systems and facilitation expertise. We look forward to working under the authority of the government of South Africa and as lead of the current summit, and the government of Rwanda as the intended hosts of the symposium. Their confirmed engagements will be instrumental in ensuring both political momentum and operational success. As President Cyril Ramaphosa emphasized at the opening of this summit, we need to transform water from a crisis sector into an opportunity sector. This call has been echoed by financing institutions throughout the summit. They have reminded us repeatedly that the issue is not the lack of available funds. It is the lack of trust from financiers in the water sector, and many times including our ministers of finance. The Kigali Symposium will respond directly to these messages. It will focus on the systemic reforms, transformation agendas, programs, and projects needed to build trust and unlock financing opportunities for infrastructure across the continent. This unique platform will translate political ambition into operational reform pathways. Over 5 days, it will bring together heads of states, ministers, parliament members, mayors, regulators, utilities, public finance authorities, public development banks, investors, and innovators to design and commit to systemic transformation projects. Special focus areas will include leadership for system transformation, aligning political, financial, technical leadership on overcoming systemic bottlenecks. Strategic public finance and domestic resource mobilization, engaging ministries of finance and public development banks to strengthen creditworthiness and expand national fiscal space for water and sanitation. Professionalization of service provision to ensure operational efficiency, capacity, and long-term sustainability. And fourth pillar, regulation and accountability, embedding transparency, predictability, performance monitoring, and citizen engagement into sector governance. Through curated transformation dialogues, reform matchmaking sessions, and targeted investment conversations, the Kigali Symposium will act as an accelerator for multi-country reform and transformation projects aligned with the AIP's strategic objectives. IRC Africa Hub pledges to work under the authority of the African Union, the governments of South Africa and Rwanda, and AMCAO. We will collaborate with all partners to ensure that this event marks a milestone in Africa's journey towards stronger governance systems and the mobilization of domestic and external investments on a large scale for a water-secure Africa with safe sanitation for all. God bless Africa. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much for, again, representing the IRC in making those commitments, reform, and will support in terms of the mobilization of domestic finance. Thank you so much again, Dr. Nancy. I will now invite Dr. Alex Money from the University of Oxford. Again, same commitments, intents, or pledges. Thank you.
Honorable Minister Majidina, national representatives, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. I've been instructed to be snappy, so I'll keep this short. I'm here to talk about an arrangement that we have come to under the transformation agenda of the Global Water Partnership, which was approved by the board in their 2026 to 2030 strategy. GWP targets to support 60 countries with access to improved data to inform their water investment process. Also in the strategy is a commitment to target to train at least 500 professionals of equal gender over the same period. The objectives of this training are as follows. Firstly, to develop country capacity to collect and prepare data that is needed to advance water investment. Secondly, to support capacity needs assessments and capacity development plans. Third, to promote an inclusive water workforce, support career pathways for women, youth, and underrepresented groups. To achieve these objectives, the Global Water Partnership is, with partners, developing a water and climate leadership program. This is a modular program which will be delivered in person and virtually around the world. The training components cover issues such as valuing water, which we spoke about yesterday, applying technologies such as AI to water data, preparing climate-resilient water investment plans, and preparing climate-resilient water financing projects for funding. So this builds directly on the plenary sessions over these 3 days, as well as the matchmaking sessions, which we spoke about earlier. But how will this be delivered? It'll be delivered through partnerships. GWP will work with some of the world's leading universities and research institutions, including institutions here in Africa, to ensure that the program is delivered to an exacting standard that meets local needs. So it's training for a purpose. Progress has already started. Active engagement is underway involving research institutes already in 3 different continents. In addition, conversations with funders to support this program are already underway, including with the Green Climate Fund, the GCF, and we welcome engaging with more funders. As you can see, even money asks for money. I'm sure that you will all agree that to deliver any program, you need a plan and you need a strategy to execute. And that is what we are announcing here. The Global Water Partnership has entered into a memorandum of understanding with the University of Oxford in the UK and with Watermark to design and develop a water and climate leadership training program. From there, we will engage with delivery partners around the world to deliver the training. This MOU positions GWP as the strategic lead, Oxford as the knowledge lead, and Watermark as the technical lead. All partners know each other well, and all of us are excited about working together to deliver the program. So, I have the MOU here. I actually brought it from Oxford on Monday, where it was signed by a representative of the university, and we're using this opportunity of the summit to fully execute the MOU.
This MOU is a game changer, a huge step forward in 2 global institutions' commitment to strengthen human and institutional capacity in the water sector, which is at the base of the AIP pyramid and at the heart of strong and sustainable water investments. As GWP's Technical Committee Chair and a member of the GWP Steering Committee, I am delighted that we'll be entering into this MOU and thank Dr. Alex Money for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Alex Money and Jay So, who is the chair for the GWP Technical Committee, for that agreement, partnership. As you may know, most countries in Africa do not have that capacity to be able to access climate finance. It's one area that we are lagging behind. And therefore, the support, the commitment that GWP and Oxford have today agreed to work together on will help to cover that particular gap, to make sure that countries are ready and capable to be able to apply for this finance. And of course, develop the water investment programs as Dr. Alex Money mentioned. Ladies and gentlemen, a big hand for the African Development Bank, Africa Hub, IRC, University of Oxford, and GWP for those commitments. And I know there are so many other commitments within the room. But now, ladies and gentlemen, I will relieve you of the front seats. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. A group photo, please, if possible. If we have, yeah, thank you so much. We're almost getting close to lunch, so don't worry. We will soon have our break. Thank you so much, gentlemen and lady. Appreciate it. You know, earlier on the side, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. So earlier on the side, someone was making me practice the name of the Honorable Deputy Minister. I'm like, how did I mention it? Do you remember? The Deputy Minister of South Africa? Who can pronounce it better? We are all not able to pronounce it. So I was practicing, and let me know if this is better for my colleagues from South Africa. Dr. Mahlowo. Is that better? Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned, these 4 were just commitments from those 4 organizations. But we have other commitments in the room. And please feel free, if you are from a French-speaking country and would like to speak in French, feel free to use the mic and speak in French. Remember, we have translation, so please make use of that translation if you need to. This now time is for the open mic. We have about 20 minutes or so to utilize this time for open commitments. And first of all, I would like to invite Dr. Max Wenga. He's the Deputy Director of Planning from the Ministry of Water and Sanitation from Malawi for the government's commitment from that side. Dr. Wenga.
Thank you very much, Teresa, and Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, I'm from Malawi. My name is Max Wenga, and I'm sure I don't speak not of only my country, but I think what I say also resonates to several other countries that are here. Firstly, just to indicate that it's a privilege that I can share with you briefly on the reflections from the sessions that we had in the matchmaking with the investors. Distinguished Excellencies, we presented both national and multinational projects, ambitious and transformative in nature. We spoke of constructing multipurpose dams, harnessing water from rivers and lakes, including our own Lake Malawi, which showcased innovative ideas for treatments, water distribution systems, and power generation facilities, just to mention but a few. We also witnessed moments of regional solidarity. Malawi joined hands with Tanzania on the Lower Songwe River multipurpose dam project. We noted Namibia partnered with South Africa. Several others did that as well. These collaboratives actually were a stark reminder that our aspirations as Africans are shared. We are united in our desire to eliminate waterborne diseases, boost industrial productivity, and prioritize water as a cornerstone of development. Our heads of states made it very, very clear water is no longer a secondary issue. It's central to our future. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we received valuable feedback from the investors. The message was very, very clear. The investors are looking for projects that demonstrate impact, that align with national priorities, show readiness, deliver tangible results, and also have sound institutional frameworks. And indeed, the investors tipped our governments that they could also consider sovereign guarantees and as well as ensure that safeguards are always part of the package. I'm pleased to report that 90% of the projects which we pitched actually met or even significantly exceeded these criteria. You'd be glad to know, thank you. Excellencies, you'd be glad to know that following the presentations that we made last night, after that beautiful gala dinner that we had even further engagement with investors. And one of the investors is coming to Malawi next week for the Salima Lilonge project. We can't be more grateful. Thank you so much. Distinguished delegates, so as we travel back to our respective countries, and of course also to Malawi, my home, we will not just take with us messages of the beauty of Cape Town or this warm hospitality of South Africa, but we also take with us hope to our country, that safe water is coming. Girls can go back to school. Industries can get ready for an economic revolution. Distinguished Excellencies, we are very grateful. And as government of Malawi has committed that also in the next coming financial year, as the projects are coming, we'll be able also to extend our contribution towards the budget in the water and sanitation sector. We've moved from 0.5% of the GDP. We are at 1.1%, and we are heading towards 1.5% of the GDP. Thank you so much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. May God bless us all. May God bless our lovely country and our free continent. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wenga. Africa's aspirations are shared. And congratulations, you came to the summit, you pitched, and investors were able to come in. Congratulations to Malawi and any other country that has been able to court those investors. A big hand. Thank you so much. Now allow me to invite GIZ. They also have some intents and commitments to announce. And coming on behalf of GIZ is Sten. Sten, you allow me to just use your first name. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, GIZ.
Thank you very much, Teresa. Honorable ministers, dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. First, allow me to congratulate Dr. Max on the achievements during this summit. That was great to hear. And also Malawi, of course. As said by Teresa, thank you, Teresa. My name is Sten Schurer, and I work at the GIZ, a German development agency. And we provide technical assistance. And we do this in many areas, but certainly also in the water sector. And we do this on behalf of the German federal government, the European Union, and many other partners. Now, at the GIZ, I am responsible for the Blue Africa Action. This is an action that focuses on transboundary water management in Africa, also funded by the European Union and the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development. We implement the Blue Africa Action not alone. We do this together with the African Union Commission and African Ministers' Council on Water. So I am talking here about the top of the pyramid that we saw several times during the last days. Now, this action is only a small part of a larger Team Europe initiative on transboundary water management in Africa. This initiative provides a framework for coordinated action between European member states, European institutions, and its African partners. And currently, this initiative already holds 51 projects, specifically on transboundary water management on the African continent. Now, to be more concrete, we currently intend, under this Blue Africa Action, to support 5 African member states in the development of their national water investment plans and resource mobilization strategies to attain sustainable and long-lasting investments in their national water sector. We don't do this alone, we do this in close cooperation with the Africa Water Investment Program, the AIP, and their multi-country readiness program. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, GIZ. You heard it. More particularly, 5 countries will receive that direct support to be able to develop water investment programs. But as you heard from Sten there from GIZ, GIZ is already working with the African Union Commission and AMCAO in implementing the Blue Africa project in 51 countries. That is commendable. Thank you so much, GIZ, for working with us. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable ministers, the mic is now open for anyone on the floor who would want to make an announcement around intent, any commitments or pledges. Please feel free to just raise your hand and the mic will come to you, or you can come on stage. I see someone running with a mic, although I didn't see a hand, but I hope my eyesight is deceiving me. And awesome. Okay. It's okay, you can walk. You can walk, but you can also come to the front. Yeah, please feel free. This side, sir? This side? Yeah, yeah. Awesome. Anyone else who would want? There is a hand there. You can please come forward so that we just do it quickly. We only have about 9 minutes. Any more hands? I see 1, 2. Ladies? Ladies, commitments? Intentions? Pledges? All right, we'll make this sweet and short. You introduce yourself first, and then you can go ahead.
Good day, everyone. My name is Oscar. My surname is Mola. My company is Sufficient Grace Trading. As a Sufficient Grace Trading, we are close with a couple of investors who are willing to finance. I'm working close with a European bank and a European Exim Bank that is willing to finance any type of project as long as project ready to be funded. I also working with Monetago, which is willing to finance any kind of project that is ready to be funded. I'm also working with the Chinese bank, which is ready to finance any project that is ready to be funded. I got a couple of a pool of investors. I'm willing to engage with any ministers who are willing to, from other countries, who want their project to be funded, see how we can engage one another. You are most welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you have seen his face. I'm sure you will not have lunch because many people will come to your table. But appreciated. Thank you so much for opening up that door, ready for investments. So those investment owners, project owners that would want some investment, that's the gentleman to talk to. Sir, over to you.
Okay. Je vais parler en français. Bonjour à tout le monde. Je m'appelle Houssoube Kakine. Je viens du Tchad, c'est Afrique centrale. Merci pour toutes les présentations, je suis très intéressé. Dans tout ce qu'on a fait, je voudrais parler au niveau communautaire. C'est sous forme de questions. Quelle est la place de l'engagement communautaire dans le processus de développement des infrastructures en eau? Les sociétés communautaires constituent la première force qu'il faut considérer dans les planifications, aussi bien locales, nationales qu'internationales. Avez-vous déjà pensé à des stratégies qui mobilisent davantage les acteurs locaux, c'est-à-dire les organisations communautaires ou les groupes communautaires de base qui ont de bonnes attentes dans le processus de planification. Merci.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I know that the Honorable Minister just walked in as he was speaking, and I know some people are still trying to get interpretation. So my colleague there, Julienne, will just summarize briefly.
I'm sorry, I failed to catch.
Okay. Is there anyone who can quickly summarize for us? Yeah, right close to you. Thank you. Apologies for those that were not able to get the translation in time.
Okay, thank you. So the gentleman was from Centrafrique, and he was emphasizing the role of communities and how important to have community management engagement. Sorry, so we need to consider them in all our investments. So that was basically the summary.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dina, for that quick translation. And yes, I know that we can fully engage Faida during lunch. So this, because I only gave him like a few seconds, please, let's engage with him Faida in French, and there will be translation as well. My colleagues will be able to help. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, my producer behind the scenes, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, allow me that I thank Katarina. If you've seen that the program has gone on really well, the lady behind this program who has been running, has been on her feet since we started, is Katarina. A big hand for her. Thank you so much. Honorable Minister, ministers from various countries, delegates, we now come to the end of this session where we engaged with the youth. We had some 2 projects from the youth pitched in this hall. There were the top 2 projects from the youth track of the Water Investment Summit. We had commitments from governments, and I know there are more that we can engage on. We also had commitments from the private sector and different other institutions, but also the open mic, and thank you so much for being brave and taking that particular mic. I am Teresa Temweka Chirwa Ndanga, and wishing you a lovely lunch. We meet again at 2:30. Thank you. Have to.
Okay, I can see it's Friday afternoon. I promise this is not the graveyard shift. We're about to start, and if we could please have everyone in the room. So these are my cat herding skills on display, not necessarily the best, but please, we're about to start. Please take your seats. And
UAE, and then Senegal.
well, this is a pretty full panel.
Yeah, it is.
But isn't Balala already here? Isn't that him over there?
Sorry, where?
Isn't that him? At the end over there?
No, that's Omar.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
that's him. Yeah, that's him. That's him.
That's
That's
him.
him. That's him getting ready. So where are you based?
Nairobi.
Oh, you're based in Nairobi?
Yeah.
Over the rainbow, way up high, there's a land that I heard of once in a lullaby. Somewhere over the rainbow, skies are blue, and the dreams that you dare to dream really do come true. Someday I'll wish upon a star and wake up where the clouds are far behind me, where troubles melt like lemon drops away above the chimney tops. That's where you'll find me. Somewhere over the rainbow, bluebirds fly. Birds fly over the rainbow. Why then, oh, why can't I? Over the rainbow, bluebirds fly. Birds fly over the rainbow. Why then, oh, why can't I? If happy little bluebirds fly beyond the rainbow, why, oh, why can't
Papa loves mambo, Mama loves mambo. Look at
him sway with it, getting so gay with it, shouting Olay with it, wow. Papa loves mambo. Papa loves mambo. Mama loves mambo. Mama loves mambo. Papa does great with it, swings like a gate with it. He loses weight with it. Now he goes to, she goes fro.
Hello? Hi, can everyone please take their seats? I know we're all still settling back after lunch. And we are running a few minutes late after schedule, so please bear with us, and we're gonna get started right now. Okay, let's start. Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my privilege to welcome you to the final plenary session before we move to the closing segment of this summit. The energy over the past 3 days has been truly exceptional. And this session is about building on that momentum and looking ahead, ensuring that this summit is not a one-off moment, but a true stepping stone towards the 2026 UN Water Conference, which we are all eagerly anticipating in the UAE in December next year. And to get us started, it is my honor to invite a few words from our co-hosts of the 2026 UN Water Conference. So first, please join me in welcoming His Excellency Abdullah Bilala, the Assistant Minister of Foreign Affairs for Energy and Sustainability from the United Arab Emirates.
Thank you, Selma. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is indeed a privilege to join you today and to convene this plenary session. An important milestone on the road to the 2026 United Nations Water Conference, which the United Arab Emirates is proud to co-host with the Republic of Senegal. Let me begin by expressing my sincere appreciation to the government of South Africa and all organizers for the tremendous effort invested in making this summit truly a success. Over the past 2 days, we have seen remarkable energy, from high-level plenary discussions with head of states and ministers to matchmaking sessions that are connecting projects with investors and accelerating implementation. This is exactly the spirit we need to sustain and carry forward to the December 2026. One thing has been made clear here in Cape Town: water, especially water investments, is no longer a secondary issue. It is fundamental to sustainable development, climate resilience, economic prosperity, and global stability. Yet, the reality remains stark. The global investment gap for water stands at $6.7 trillion to 2030, including $30 billion annually in Africa alone. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not acceptable. We must move with urgency and coordination, because behind every missing dollar are real human costs. Women and girls missing school to collect water. Farmers unable to secure reliable flows for their crops. And communities struggling with failing infrastructure and declining health. The United Arab Emirates and the Republic of Senegal recognized this urgency early on our preparations for the 2026 United Nations Water Conference. When we met in Abu Dhabi over a year ago, we agreed that investments for water must be at the heart of our vision. Through an inclusive and transparent consultations, we have now adopted 6 interactive dialogue themes by consensus last month at the United Nations General Assembly. As many of you have seen, investments for water is one of the central themes. And by investments, we do not only mean financing, but it is about the commitments of resources behind all enablers of action, including technology, innovation, and capacity building. In this session, I encourage us all to remain focused on practical, tangible deliverables, concrete solutions that we can champion together and advance to showcase at the 2026 United Nations Water Conference. I count on your expertise, I count on your creativity, and I count on your partnership as we work together to turn today's discussions into tomorrow's impact. And let's remember, we all have a role to play in this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Very inspiring. Now, please join me in welcoming Dr. Mohamed Ziata, Senegal's Sherpa for the 2026 UN Water Conference.
Honorable Penny Majorina, Minister of Water and Sanitation, South Africa, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to once again thank, but above all, congratulate South Africa and the Minister of South Africa for her leadership and the successful organization of this summit. Minister, we are very proud as African country, and I think that this deserves applause. Following Minister Balala's interventions, I wish to recall that the 26th UN Water Conference, co-hosted by Senegal and United Arab Emirates, represent an historic milestone to accelerate universal access on water and sanitation. 10 years after the adoption of 2030 Agenda, we remain collectively far from achieving SDG 6. The global water and sanitation crisis demands unprecedented mobilization, increased investment, what this summit is doing as advocate, more innovation, stronger political will, and a true spirit of solidarity. We must stop treating water as a secondary variable. Water is a common good, a pillar of ecological balance, a driver of social justice, a tool for conflict prevention, and a foundation for economic prosperity. On the road to 26, Senegal calls on the international community, donors, and policymakers to commit to transformative public-private partnerships. Water must be recognized not only as a fundamental human right, but also as a pillar of security, shared prosperity, and climate resilience. Preparation for the conference are pressing satisfactorily. In partnership with the United Arab Emirates, the process to designate the co-chairs of the 6 interactive dialogues of the conference will be launched next week. As part of our roadmap toward the United Arab Emirates in December 26, I'm honored to announce that Senegal will host the high-level preparatory meeting in Dakar on 26-27 January 26. This critical step will launch the work of the interactive dialogue, consolidates objectives, and build a shared ambition for the 26th UN Water Conference. I invite you all to mark this date in your calendars and actively participate in this defining moment for the future of water in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the 26th UN Water Conference must lay the foundation for an ambitious and coherent post-2030 agenda, in line with today's challenges and expectations of our societies. It must become a diplomatic pivot, transforming calls to action into concrete commitments, joint mechanism, and lasting platform for investment, monitoring, and innovation. Senegal calls on all parties, institutions, and civil societies, actors, to seize this momentum, because water is not merely a resource. It is the condition for life, the matrix of peace, and the basis of human development. Together, let's make water a global priority. Water for people, water for prosperity, water for planet, water for cooperation, water in multilateral processes, investment in water. This is what we needed exactly to build the transformative agenda we aspire to. And as illustrated by the hummingbird parable, every action matters. Let us mobilize to eradicate water-stressed hotspots and restore hope to the 2.2 billion people without water, and for the 4 billion people without safe, adequate sanitation. Let us ensure that 26th UN Water Conference is not just another event, but a historic turning point toward inclusive, coherent, and forward-looking global water governance. Thank you. Thank you to South Africa for hosting us. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, both for your opening remarks. My name is Richard Matikanya, and I'm the Deputy Executive Director at the Children's Investment Fund for Africa, and I will be facilitating, moderating this session. I want to start off by thanking Her Excellency. I think she's called Babes Amanzi. Yeah, did I get it correct? Babes Wamanzi. I wanted to start off by thanking Babes Wamanzi for hosting this investment summit. And I also want to take the opportunity to welcome my esteemed panelists. So starting off with Dr. Engineer Habtamu Geleta. His Excellency is the Minister of Water and Energy in Ethiopia. Then there's Honorable William Dugid. He is the Minister of Planning and Development and the Senior Minister in the Prime Minister's Office in Barbados. We also have Mr. Amin Idris Adum. He's the Director of Energy and Infrastructure, Industrialization, Trade, and Regional Integration at Ouda NEPAD. Mr. Mchera Johans Chira, who I'm sure we all know now, because I think he's been on every session. And I think there's a joke we always say, he who has the pesos has the say-sos, and he certainly does. And then I'd also like, last but not least, welcome my colleague Sareen Malik. She's the Vice Chair of Water and Sanitation for All. So as we are thinking about the coming conference next year in UAE, I would like each of you, as you think through the questions that I'll be asking today, to place within that particular context in terms of the consultation that we would like to hear from you is what are the issues, what really matters in terms of catalyzing investments and partnerships on the road to the conference. So I'll start off with you, Honorable Minister Geleta. From Ethiopia's perspective, what is needed to accelerate investments in water and ensure those investments reach people most in need? And where are the main barriers to attracting investment? And what opportunities can we seize ahead of the conference?
Thank you. Thank you, Richard. Good afternoon, everyone. Your Excellency Pimi Majuna, Minister of Water and Sanitation, and all delegates here. I think the very important one is the political commitment is number one. There should be a political will from governments to allocate budgets and the resource. Number two is the policy. The policy should be attractive as well for private sectors so that they can come in and then work upon that one. The third very important one is conducive environment for private sectors. Again, there should be less bureaucracy and there should be some incentive package that will help the private sectors to come and invest their money because private sector is always a private sector and they need that one. Another one is community engagement. People should own, especially the beneficiaries, the dwellers of the city or the village has to believe this is my project, this is mine. They have to be supportive for all the new process, starting from design to the handovering system. If we engage people and the community, I think that will be very good. And not least, but very important, is a tariff issue. People should pay for the water what they will use, and it should be affordable as well. Because in a certain period of time, the investment we make, we should get the payback that will attract the private sectors. Coming to Ethiopia, in the past years we have significant achievements, including SIF, where you are working, which we really appreciate. The way we mobilize a resource from European partners come exemplary by creating a kind of transparent way of financial management. That to see, we have to be sure a single penny coming to Ethiopia will be knocking at the door of the mothers, children, to the family level. So based upon this principle, we could have people, about 76 million, get access to clean water out of 130 million that we are having. Still, we have a big gap that we have to work upon that. Another good point, which I really would like to share with the audience, is the way we are managing also the resource. It should not be simply giving the money to the utility or to the town. The town should have contribution, the utility should have their contribution, the regional government should have their contribution, the federal government or the bank. They add up to be 100%. This is what we say consolidated wash account. In one way, we manage the money. If people are contributing into that one, investment can be encouraged. The last point which I would like to say is about also Water Development Fund, which we get support from the European Investment Bank with a certain percentage. Then the government, the federal, the regional, and the utilities, they contribute their share. Then the money is invested, then they pay back for the bank as well, which is structured by policy, by the government, which we can handle. So I think if there is a political will, if there is a conducive environment, if we do have good policy, for sure private sectors can come and work, and that is what we can see in Ethiopia as well. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you very much for those comments. And I particularly note you've re-emphasized, I think, for all of us here, the importance of policy and a conducive environment for really accelerating investments in water. Moving on to you, Honorable William Duguid, from the perspective of Barbados and perhaps maybe small island development states more broadly, do you see challenges around water investments as similar to what you've been hearing from your fellow African counterparts who are here today in Cape Town?
Yes, first, good afternoon, and thank you very much for inviting me onto this panel. First, let me say I definitely do see similarities. At a small island developing state, of course, the greatest similarity is that financing is always a problem because you always have competing needs throughout a country. And the smaller a country is, it means that the quantum of financing becomes an issue. We have a saying in Barbados, you never miss the water until the well runs dry. And I think that that is what brought it home more than anything else when we had a problem with our sewage system. and it had a difficulty for the country. So what we did is we set about trying to fix a problem of fixing our sewage system. So I don't know if you know Prime Minister Mia Mottley, but very courageous lady who is prepared to take on any problem frontally. So what we did is we put together a group of the IDB, the Global Climate Fund, the EIB, and some of our local banks to put together a consortium. And what that consortium did is we retired some old debt that was at a higher interest rate and then got the consortium to provide new debt at a lower interest rate, with the EIB and the GCF being guarantors for the debt. And the GCF was so impressed with that is that they threw in a $50 million grant as well, because this was the first what we call debt for climate swap that they had ever done. And I don't know if you've ever tried to get one investment bank in a room and to be able to get their procurement rules in place. Imagine getting the EIB, the GCF, the IDB, and the local bank, and to get all of their procurement rules to be able to come together and to mesh into one project. Extremely difficult. But we were able to do it, and the savings gave us $125 million US dollars, and that $125 million US dollars will be used to do three things. It will be used to finance a new sewage plant that will be able to take grey water and treat it to irrigation level standard. That irrigation water will then be used to provide for farmers, which will also help in enhancing our food security throughout the country. And then what is left over will be used for aquifer recharge. So we did a lot in that. By just getting that financing, we were able to do several things to benefit the country. And I think what it brought home more than anything else is if you apply yourselves to the problem, you can find a way to fix the problem. And don't be afraid to take innovative action and look for new ways and think outside the box to find new solutions, because water is life.
Thank you very much for those comments. And I think for me, what I got out of here is just the importance of innovative financing mechanisms as we look to explore investments in water. Also, I think the role of collaboration, which I think you also talked about in terms of the consortium that you put together. And then also, I think patience, that understanding potentially that it takes a bit of time with these sorts of partnerships. But the results are very obvious, that if you are happy to innovate and experiment, to think outside the box, look what's happened in Barbados. I just wanted to turn it over to you, Mr. Mina Doom. We've heard speakers stress over the last couple of days to not just make investments more development, but to make development more investable. How is Au-Aip working to aggregate project pipelines and create a more attractive environment for large-scale water investments across the continent?
Thank you very much, Richard. I think to respond to your question, it's important maybe to frame the challenge that the sector of infrastructures, basically, and more specifically of the water, is facing. The challenge for us is making development more investable, and that actually means shifting the way from abstract, theoretical plans to projects that are technically sound, extremely important, but also commercially viable and, of course, socially inclusive. And this is important. So the question is, how can we align policy ambitions with financial structuring so that investors are not just, they would see investments are for development value, of course, but projects also really carry investable proposition. So that's really the challenge. How do we do that at Au-Aip? We've come with some practical actions that we are undertaking, and this is where we are really investing a lot, what we call the early stage project preparation. So at Au-Aip, we have created a mechanism called SDM, Service Delivery mechanism for PIDA, Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa, of course, but any other infrastructure projects across the continent. That actually provide technical assistance for feasibility, pre-feasibility stage, and to unlock actually later on financing. For instance, we take projects, let's take one example, the Kazungula bridge between Botswana and Zambia actually become bankable only after dedicated upstream project preparation was undertaken, and we were part of that. We do also invest into the de-risking instruments. This is extremely important because, and my brother Mchera is here, we work with them, we work as well with other regional development bank who can actually use blended finance and guarantee to address currency, political, but also demand risk. That actually make projects, and mostly cross-border infrastructure projects, more attractive for private investors. So this is as well a very, I would say, practical step. We do as well work on regulatory and policy alignment. This is really one of the, I would say, key actions that we are undertaking as Au-Aip. We fast-tracking reforms in procurement is a good example, but also tariff setting, we do that a lot, and PPP framework to ensure that projects actually meet the requirements, not only from GFIs, but also from institutional investors, from private sector. Now, if I focus on water specifically, here we have very specific challenges when it comes to water. Water projects often, and that's what we have been discussing for the last couple of days, they lack clear revenue streams, number one. And unlike energy projects where tariffs are easier to structure, here as well we are facing the issue of the fragmented governance as well between multiple ministries. I could see here in the room that the water is not necessarily under one ministry. You have also local authorities, local governments, river basin organizations. You have so many. So the complication is different if you compare to the other infrastructure sector. But there are also opportunities we see at Au-Aip, because we believe that water investments have strong co-benefits, that's extremely important. We do also have nature-based solutions that actually we can utilize to leverage climate finance. So, and we also have, I will say, and I will stop here, lessons that we learn from other sectors that we can actually transfer into the water, specifically the energy. In the energy, we can really apply the solutions that we are implementing in energy about the independent regulators, but also independent energy power production, actually, that one very important. We do have as well some lessons that we learn from the corridor, especially for the transport, that we can actually bring in there. So all in all, I think for us in Au-Aip, we are very practical, but we do believe that the member states should more and more really integrate water components into their national development plan, but connected to their infrastructure development plan, and make sure that, for instance, for the water solutions that are actually cross-border, they bring them into the PIDA. So now for the PIDA, water is the lowest actual number of the projects that we have. And they should learn, and we will be working with them as well, to really undertake a multi-sectoral assessment, a multi-sectoral approach. So I will believe that we are doing pretty well. Of course, we learn a lot, and with this kind of conferences where we are bringing all the actors together and we are discussing, we can only make our instruments stronger, and the approach that we are putting before our member states to support them becoming as well more and more practical. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments there. And I think for me, the clear lesson that I got out of it also is around potentially learning from other sectors in terms of the experience that you've had with energy, and countries are looking to learn from the energy sector in terms of how to develop really strong pipelines for water. But back to you again, Chera.
Yep.
Over the last few days, conversations have focused on the challenges of creating more bankable projects, on strengthening pipelines, which you talked about earlier in the session today, building capacity for higher quality, stronger proposals, and really the importance of blended finance, which Honorable Duguid had mentioned earlier. Pulling all of these threads together, what can multilateral development banks working in partnership tangibly deliver by 2026 to accelerate water investments and strengthen the pipeline of bankable projects?
No, thank you very much, Richard. It's a very pertinent point and question that you raise here. It's true that I mean, if we take the context of Africa, there are many development banks that are actively supporting different development projects, not counting the traditional MDBs who have been there for years and years. We have new players on the market. We have Africa 50, established only a few years ago. We have the new development bank, established by the BRICS countries. We have now the Asia Infrastructure Investment Bank active in Africa, increasing number of member countries. We have the EBRD that has also, entered the market, expanding from Middle East and North Africa, also looking to Sub-Saharan Africa, plus regional development banks that are also expanding their mandate. So many players, and without collaboration, I think we risk, duplicating efforts, but also missing an opportunity to do things at scale. And so we've seen recently a more deliberate effort to collaborate, and more effectively, last year during the One Water Summit, there was a pledge that was made by MDBs to collaborate, not only co-financing, but also developing pipelines, but also supporting, governance, so the regulatory regimes, reforms, which lead to larger investments. And so we have undertaken to monitor and report on that. Actually, the first report was issued in June this year. It's published, it's online. And the idea is that we will do these reports periodically so that we can actually track how we are collaborating and achieving bigger results. And I think this will be important to showcase at the next UN Water Conference some of the results that are evident from there in terms of collaboration. But this collaboration is also so that we can finance larger scale projects, because if we look at the investment needs here, some of them are large, multi-billion-dollar investments. So if you look at an MDB, one MDB cannot take up or finance single-handedly any of those. And if we talk about blended financing, it's also blending concessional and non-concessional financing. And therefore, by this collaboration, we'll be able to scale up the size of operations. I think Africa, for example, needs an approach that will enable financing large-scale investments, not just the small investments littered all over the place. So this will actually result in larger-scale operations being financed. Also, the MDBs are now working together to scale up or deliberately support more private sector investment. So we all have put together instruments that will help our countries to attract more investment, such as guarantees to de-risk investments, but also transaction advisory support to help our countries to structure investments. Clearly, for the water sector, it's an area where there's a lot of governance or institutional arrangements that need to be embedded in and brought to maturity to see increasing number of private sector investments in the sector, coupled with reforms that address pricing of water. So this is also an area that the MDBs are working together to support countries. And lastly, it is a whole issue of improving efficiency. I think I touched on it in previous interventions, that yes, we can invest all we want in new assets, but if we can't manage what we already have, then all that goes to waste. So we need to fix operations. We need to improve technical performance of our water service providers and utilities. We need to plug the leaks and the losses so that we make better use of what we have. So again, you'll find that MDBs like the World Bank have a program similar to what we're setting up to improve operational performance of utilities. And we also see opportunity collaborating with other DBs to deliver joint projects and co-financing to improve performance of our water service providers.
Thank you very much for that intervention. I think for me also it's very clear, just given the scale of needs in Africa. As you said, it's either go big or go home. And if you need to go big, you can only do it together, collectively, in terms of the funding that's required. I had an opportunity earlier to see some of the projects that were shared, and it's clear that for many of them, not one entity can finance, not one MDB can finance those particular interventions. So I think the point that you raise is important. Also, technical assistance, I think, is really required, whether it's improving efficiency within the utilities, or whether it's actually helping a country think through how to manage a particular transaction and get that transaction across the road. Coming to you, Serene, and I know yesterday you moderated a very interesting plenary on AI and data for financial sustainability. What were your main takeaways from this session, and how can we translate it into concrete actions on the road to the UN 2026 Water Conference?
That's a complicated link, but we will try and make it. All right, we had an excellent panel yesterday, and we really heard, I think, what Jonathan has mentioned, the things are getting bigger, and actually the AI session showed how things are going to get much bigger. While it is still in its nascent phases, but we have these wonderful examples of how evaluation of water, is actually using artificial intelligence, how predictive models is using artificial intelligence. We also heard in terms of, how the formidable Rand Water is actually using, data and artificial intelligence to actually run their operations and improve their overall efficiency. We heard as well in terms of how it was framed against climate change impacts. And this was interesting because Professor Corvaro, who's the envoy from Italy for climate change, actually framed all this and just centered all of it. He had the most difficult part by saying that actually civilization cannot exist if we do not have three things: water, agriculture, food, and good soil. And interestingly enough, he did mention that one request on ChatGPT uses 1 liter. So you may want to think about how you use it next time. But aside all this, it was in terms of seeing, how these investments can be made and also how these investments can be monitored as well. The spirit of that panel as well spoke to a bit the management, the governance, and the efficiency. And coming back to what Jonathan was saying, this to link a bit to the very ominous report that Henk issued a couple of months ago, where data showed, and of course experiences, I believe, in the last 30 years showed that in the next 25 years, we do not improve the governance, or if we do not change water governance generally, there will be no food left in the world. And I think whether it be AI, whether it be massive scale projects, policies, ultimately, yes, they do require investments, but they also require good governance. I would not be worth my salt if I did not sit here and say, we're having this wonderful movement, the Africa Investment Program, we're having the Africa Water Vision Policy, we're having the support of the United Arab Emirates, co-chaired by our very own Senegal. These are commitments that are being made for the people, on behalf of the people. It is really important that promises made are promises kept. I think absolutely critical moving forward. UN Water 2026 about what? 2023, there were about less than about almost 1,000 commitments made. Now, we, the insiders, know these commitments require funding. They require investments. We know that sometimes governments, their hands are tied. We know it. But we also know that we have a bit of a spotty history when it comes to the issues of governance and to the issues of programs and projects actually not materializing. And this is what we're being held against. We are hopeful and optimistic that these kinds of forums or these kinds of initiatives like the Africa Investment Program, anchored within the Africa Water Vision Policy, let me remind you that the next 6 years, I believe, has to do with financially led integration, so that falls beautifully well with what is going on. But it is absolutely critical that these promises, like I said, made are kept. We have seen upheaval in countries because due process was not followed. We have seen governments take commitments or make commitments without passing it through the legislature. And I don't have to tell you which country it was that actually had that huge problem recently. So I think moving forward, yes, we're ushering in the Africa Investment Program and this new way of financing. We've talked about innovation, blended finance, trying to look at have the best minds over here to try and come up with adequate solutions to fit our context. But having doing so, let us also usher in a new water governance model that will take into consideration what it is we're doing. And I believe it's going to be inevitable moving forward. It's going to be inevitable. So I hope, moving forward. Yes, I know I digressed. We started with artificial intelligence, but that is just one way of doing things. Ultimately, I think it boils down to what had been said yesterday. Water, food, and land degradation. That is what keeps life going. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. And I think for me, I took away two things. I think, firstly, in terms of the question I asked, but just the importance of large data and the role of AI in thinking through planning, execution, and then raising the financial resources. And then your second intervention, I think you digressed, but I think it's just as important. The role of ensuring that we translate the commitments that we are making here into real action that delivers for the African continent. So thank you very much for all of those comments. I want to take the opportunity now to pass it over to you, the audience, in terms of any specific questions that you may have for the panelists or from our two co-hosts for the UN Water 2026 conference. So over to you if there's anyone with questions. I've seen a gentleman over there. Can we arrange for a mic for that gentleman over there?
Yeah, it works. Thank you. Thank you, moderator. Thank you, panelists. Thank you, dear co-host. Congratulations. Thank you, government of South Africa, Minister Penmi, for organizing this summit. I have one question. We are here together to talk about water investment, specifically in Africa, but we learn a lot about the nitty-gritty part on how finance, investment, capital, public and private works. The two co-hosts, Senegal and the UAE, named the 6th interactive dialogue, building on the work of 2023, which is about investing in water. It's going to be of critical importance that what is shared here in these 3 days, the commitments and pledges made, but moreover, what is the lessons learned and the possible partnerships, are brought forward to first Dakar, the high-level meeting in January, and then the UN conference 2026 in the UAE. For that interactive dialogue 6, like with any other interactive dialogue, we will have 2 countries chairing that. Those will be announced after the summer. So I hope that South Africa, as a president of the G20, the two co-hosts of the 2026 UN Water Conference, and at least those two co-chairs can take forward the lessons from this summit and build that forward. Beyond Africa, but also for Africa. Investing in water is super tough. It's not easy. We talk billions, we talk big money, but how governance, valuation, and financing work, and partnerships at the heart with equity as a foundation is key. What is it that we're going to present in 2026? If I have to sum up this from this investment summit, it's not enough. But we have 1.5 years to go. And I think what has been built here is a true foundation for that process. So I really hope that this summit is the start of something that will propel into that UN conference process. And I do hope that the countries represented here, the co-hosts, the co-chairs of that interactive dialogue, and of course, South Africa itself can lead the charge. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your intervention. I think I can potentially speak on behalf of a lot of colleagues that the aim of the session today was really to listen. And I think you've made very important points, and I'm sure our colleagues, our co-hosts of the Water Conference are listening, that we want these translated into something concrete, the conversations that are here today, and of course, again, the leadership of our colleagues from South Africa in terms of being the co-host of this very first inaugural Water Investment Summit, in terms of taking some of these issues forward. But, you know, Minister Balala is here, Dr. Diatta are here, they are listening, and they've heard. Any more interventions?
Thank you, Excellency, Minister and co-host. Thank you for this productive session. Really appreciate the opportunity. Thank you for Minister Papi as well for hosting this wonderful event. My name is Maggie Cloud. I'm from UN Sanitation and Hygiene Fund. Just a suggestion. I think we talked about a lot of water, and there is 6 important dialogue thematic topics. And we needed to add sanitation. I think, Madam, you mentioned about poop, right? There is water in. There is got to be a very sustainable way of taking care of water out. And I think Minister Papi at the first day opening sessions mentioned about sanitation, how important to put that in the very prominent agenda of the global issues it needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your intervention. Anything else? And also, please, they are happy to take questions. I think there's a colleague up there. After him, then there's a colleague there.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and definitely great inputs that have been made throughout the past couple of days. Greetings to my Minister, Pim Majodina. My name is Sello Sitlola. I'm the Deputy Minister of Water and Sanitation in the Republic of South Africa. With so many conversations that have happened over the past couple of days, there is something that I had wanted to raise which I might have missed, but I thought I should just add it as part of the conversation. One of the key challenges that we're facing, and when we talk about investment into bulk infrastructure projects, water and sanitation, but in the context of sanitation, one thing that we have probably omitted to talk about is the crisis in and around the pollution of our water resources, which speaks particularly about the quality of raw water. Now, it's one thing to invest in bulk infrastructure, whether it is to capture the water and whatever else you want to say, but what then becomes dealing with the crisis of the pollution of our water resources to a point where a vicious cycle has now been created, wherein the availability of raw water that we have in our rivers and our dams, so where abstraction takes place, is deeply polluted, meaning one, to be able to treat that water to potable standards will cost you a lot of money, but then it also means that to be able to sell off the water in bulk must then be bought in bulk by the municipalities in the context of South Africa, also at exorbitant amounts. But then when we look at who the end user is, the end user, the consumer, then also has to purchase that water at exorbitant amounts, which has created a vicious cycle that we do not speak about, and where investors are concerned would need to also come in and say, but what then becomes my offtake if indeed your raw water quality is in this state, and that it is going to create obviously a situation where it is expensive. Already water is expensive, but the contribution of pollution of our water resources is something that I don't think has found space in the conversations that have happened, and it would be interesting to find out from our colleagues how they're dealing with issues of pollution management with respect to their water resources across their different nations. Thank you.
Thank you. As we look on to the next colleague who's going to speak, is there anyone who wants to quickly speak about water and water quality and investing in ensuring that we address water quality, given that it does contribute to the price point of water, all of the investments that we are making there? And of course, we take note, I think, from both speakers, the importance of addressing sanitation, that sanitation and water almost go hand in hand, and that we should not forget sanitation as well as we invest. But it'll be good. Idris? Sorry, Dr. Duguid.
Add, what we've also been able to do in Barbados to be able to cut the price of the reclaimed water is by adding photovoltaic systems. And what that photovoltaic system does is by offsets then the cost of the reclamation of the water. So yes, it's an upfront cost, but over time it does two things. It gives you the offset because the excess, apart from the reclaiming the water, the excess photovoltaic electricity is then sold to the grid, which gives you a revenue stream to cut the cost, which means then the water is cheaper to the farmer. And then what it also does as well is, in case there's any disruption to the electricity grid, that photovoltaic system can provide electricity directly to the system, and that continues the system going from a pumping point of view as well as from a treatment point of view as well. So you have to sometimes think outside the box again and find new and innovative ways to solve problems that are confronting you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. There's a colleague at the back there.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Oscar. My surname is Mola. I come from Pretoria. I'm here from South Africa. Thank you, Minister, for invitation. I like Minister. I want to get from next conference. Let us engage SMME into the water sectors, because without inclusivity in our economy, in the sectors, we cannot be able to bridge the gap in African countries with unemployment. Because every year, children are graduated, are seated at home. Some other, they end up committing suicide because they don't get where they can be absorbed. Let us, the next conference, let us also trying to engage SMME in the water sectors so that they can benefit, contribute in the local economy of African countries.
Thank you very much also for your interventions there. We'll take one more question, and then I think we'll be able to just wrap up. I'm just conscious that there's another session that's planned to be starting shortly.
Yeah, thank you. Hello. So I just want to make a comment, first of all, by thanking the Republic of South Africa for organizing this very important meeting. I'm the senior advisor for Africa at the Convention on Wetlands. And I just want to acknowledge here that water is an ecosystem service. And through these 3 days, we have been talking about the bride who is going into a marriage, and we have forgotten to talk about the family. The greatest risk of such investment is that we prepare for everything and the supply ceases. So it is important in the next
conference to look at the whole picture. How do we manage the risk such that both the quality and the quantity of water is guaranteed? Thank you.
Thank you. And I think it'll be good to have an intervention of a lady as the last one. So then we'll wrap up.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thanks for all the comments on the platform. My name is Bolu Onobolu. I'm the chairperson of the Regional Consultative Council for Water Resources Management for the ECOWAS countries. I liked what the panelists said about investments, not just being about finances. This conference, a lot has been said about sustainability, but I find that the role that civil society must play in helping to strengthen systems, in helping to ensure that the investments are properly operated and managed by the users. I find the voice of the civil society not reflected strongly enough. And I would like to recommend that as preparations towards the UN conference goes ahead, that the voice of the civil society in relation to investments should really be heightened. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your intervention as well. And I think we're just going to quickly wrap up. And I think both of our co-hosts that you've heard today, and I think the key words that I take out in terms of what I've heard around what 2026 needs to look like. I'll start off with your own words, Your Excellency Balala, that it's about turning the conversations we've had yesterday, the day before, and today into impact. So it's really about concrete action. The second thing that I've heard from the conversations today is really around the power of collaboration. Whether we are collaborating in terms of how we raise our money, whether we're collaborating in terms of how we execute and how we deliver, collaboration is key in terms of what needs to be done. The third piece that I've heard today is really about the important role of civil society and making sure that the conference is inclusive. And I think that's the key word, actually, inclusivity. Ensuring that all of the actors that are into the shared prosperity that comes out of water are involved and participate in the conference. The fourth takeaway for me that I've had today is that it's not easy. The business of water that we're in, it's not easy. It's not easy to finance. It's not easy to manage because water is such an important public good, right? It's a core part of our DNA as human beings. So it's a complicated process, but through that complication, we need to have very concrete deliverables and actions that need to come. And then finally, I think it's about less commitments and more action. I think the experience from the previous conference, you talked about, 1,000 commitments that had come in. It's really, next year we'll be looking beyond that in terms of what is the concrete takeaways that the conference is going to provide. So I just wanted to thank our panelists, and can we give them a round of applause? For participating. Thank you very much all for the time today. Thank you. I understand there's a ceremony of all of us standing in front and photos being taken.
manje imoto ngizoyithatha uthaka igibeli Uber uthaka sigibeli scooter engabe bengenzani manje imoto ngizoyithatha owasana ufuna ubona imoto ebengihamba ngayizolo phela mina ngivele ngamqambela amanga ngoba ngifuna ukuhamba naye owasana ufuna ubona imoto so far from me. I'm so happy. I'm in the mood.
Almost over now.
So Commissioner will do the speech.
Sophumelela izwa ngami endonge yethu sinikiwe sobuya kusasa ngamanye amandla mabelela mngane wami sophumelela izwa ngami endonge yethu sinikiwe sobuya kusasa ngamanye amandla oh Nkosi izwa imithandazo yabantwana bakho yehlisa umoya wakho wempumelelo izwa imithandazo yabantwana bakho Nkosi sikelela izwa imithandazo yabantwana bakho yehlisa umoya wakho wempumelelo izwa imithandazo yabantwana bakho Nkosi sikelela kambe masika ya pano kambe switavuya swifambo jale ro vuya ri fambo kambe ri ta vuya ni dyambu ai masika ya pano kambe switavuya swifambo jale ro vuya ri fambo kambe ri ta vuya ni dyambu jela
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, colleagues, distinguished guests, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. We are coming close. Yes, I'm alive, Hank. Thank you. We are coming to the exciting part now, the crown on the cherub. The closing ceremony, we are 30 minutes behind schedule, but it's not too bad. I think after the party last night, those of you who were there, I saw the videos because I had to be taken away at some point. And I hope, Honorable Minister, there's another one tonight, right? Another party tonight? Another dance? Party. Yes. He said you can go in the city of town, Cape Town, and explore. So the closing plenary is going to include, led by the host minister of South Africa, in the presence of the former president of Tanzania, His Excellency Jakaya Kikwete. They will be walking in very shortly, as well as the Commissioner for the African Union, who is mandated and overall responsible for the summit supporting the government of South Africa. So anytime from now, they should be walking in, and then we can get started. Thank you. Okay. So colleagues at the very, very back by the door, please, if you can help us, those colleagues who are outside in the corridors, if they can just come in as well. Those at the very back, please just help us to nudge our colleagues and delegates. Okay. So ushers, please help us to get everyone inside. Ushers. All right, here comes the former president, Jakaya Kikwete. They're just walking in now, and we can get started together with the commissioner. Okay. May we kindly rise? Kindly rise. Welcome our leaders. Okay, we may take our seats. Thank you, Honorable Minister. May I kindly now hand over the session to you.
Thank you very much, Alex. To President, who will remain our president, especially in the water sector, former President of Tanzania, President Mr. Jakaya Kikwete, who is in the House, who has been holding us by hand up to this minute, who is the co-chair of the high-level panel on water investment for this beautiful continent. His Excellency, Commissioner in the AUC, Mr. Moses Vilagati, we have been together to pull this summit. All my colleagues, ministers that are here, We fully understand that other ministers had to leave because the national duties were calling. The deputy ministers from South Africa, it's only 2 or 3 departments that have two deputy ministers. So I'm one of those big departments with 2 deputy ministers. You see, water is power. When President Kikwete, when we were not included on the work streams of G20, I said to Cabinet, go ahead with your G20. I'll close water and open sanitation. I'll see where are you going to hold your G20. The investors, the financiers, the development partners, the business in water, the water entities, the universities that are here, the institutions of intergovernmental relations, our mayors and speakers and councillors, municipal managers, the Association of Water Boards, the youth, the women, we are all here. This is our conference. The past 3 days has been very robust because we need one another. Government needs financiers and partners. What I like is the word that we've used, partners, Deputy Minister Mahlobo and Deputy Minister Sihlulo. You see, once you are called a stakeholder, it's a problem. You will hold a stake and you will never eat that stake. You are called a stakeholder. Don't be a stakeholder, be a partner. That is for the real partners. Are you in the house? You see, we are going to sing just one stanza. Phakama, rise Africa. So nizalandela mina bakhona basemzansi apha. You see, you must not say Phakama Ramaphosa. Say Phakama Africa. Phakama, Phakama. Phakama Africa ixesha. Phakama, Phakama. Phakama Africa ixesha. This song is saying, no, I'm still going to sing, all of you. This song is saying, rise, Africa, the time has arrived. Phakama, Phakama, Phakama Africa ixesha. Phakama, Phakama, Phakama Africa ixesha. Unity, unity, unity Africa ixesha. Unity, unity, unity Africa ixesha. Ixesha. Long live Africa, long live. Long live Africa, long live! Rise, Africa, rise! Rise, Africa, rise! Thank you very much. We may be seated. Yes. When the clouds are gathering, 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 clouds are gathering. It's raining, it's raining, it's raining, it's raining, it's raining. Thunder! Thunder! Double thunder! Pa, pa, Double thunder. Double thunder. Double thunder. Thank you. Thank you. Now let's get a short video, a serious message from United Nations Water Envoy video, which is directed to you as these delegates. Without you, this summit was not going to be successful. This is a pre-G20 summit. There are 132 G20 meetings that has been hosted in South Africa. All of them, they heard about, in accordance with the work stream, 80, 100 people, 200. This is the best. This is the best. You know, we clock it. Clock it. All of you, clock it. Clock it. We've done it. Clock it. Clock it. Clock it. Clock it. We have done it. We have done it. Thank you very much. The video. Video.
Your Excellency, President Cyril Ramaphosa, the President of the Republic of South Africa. Your Excellency, Mr. Jakaya Kikwete, the fourth President of the United Republic of Tanzania. Your Excellency, Mr. Moses Vilakati, the African Union Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy, and Sustainable Development. Excellencies, distinguished participants, good afternoon from Jakarta. Let me begin by congratulating the co-chairs and all the contributing leaders for the successful convening of this summit. It is a great honor for me to take part in this historic journey, one that marks a turning point in advancing sustainable development through water agenda for Africa. Last March, during the high-level consultation for this summit, I emphasized a simple but essential truth. When we talk about water, Africa must never be forgotten. This is why we must do everything we can to make this Africa Water Infrastructure Summit a success. This is not an option. I also share that through political commitment at the highest level, innovation and persistent efforts, we can ensure that the summit leads to the scale of water investment that Africa needs. Today, I'm encouraged. We are on the right track. The highest level political leadership we are seeing makes the summit a powerful launching pad to make water and sanitation a closer reality to all across Africa. The Africa Water Investment Pipeline gives us a concrete example as one of the outcomes of the summit. It provides us a clear direction and confidence on the potential of investment in the continent. With over $30 billion in planned investment, the pipeline not only promises real progress in water and sanitation, but also in other sectors, such as climate and disaster resilience, food security, and social economic development. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no time to rest. This summit is not the finish line. In fact, this is where the real work begins. Are we ready to implement the commitment we made here? Are we ready to turn ambition into lasting impacts for all people across Africa and the world? The true measure of success lies in what we deliver next. Let us use the summit as one of the best opportunities to mobilize real water investment for Africa. The world is in urgent need of action for sustainable development, and that actions can start here. Excellencies, distinguished participants, it is a great honor for me to accept the invitation by the Global Outlook Council on Water Investment to be one of the champions in water investment. It demonstrates trust to the United Nations in our endeavor of addressing the needs faced by countries and the people on the ground, especially in water agenda. With a shared vision, I'm confident that the United Nations and the Global Outlook Council can deepen collaboration to strengthen financing and investment in water as one of the top global priorities. Through the AAA principle, I will continue to highlight the central role investment in water. I will continue to advocate for more robust and sustainable investment in water, align initiatives that reinforce the collective efforts in water investment, and accelerate action that unlock investment opportunities for lasting solutions. In all the dialogues I had with countries and water stakeholders, I have constantly underscored the urgency of investing in water. This includes not only financial investment, but also investment in political commitment, institutional and human capacities, and strategic cooperation. With the support and collaboration with all stakeholders, I will continue to champion these efforts. Once again, I thank you for the trust, and I look forward to working closely with each of you.
Thank you very much for that message, which is quite motivating to all of us. Over the past 3 days, we've been here. There are also UN agencies present here today. They arrived 5 days ago. That message from Madame Resto Masaudi is very much important to all of us. We receive. Over the 3 last days, we're all inspired by the Africa Vision 2025. The Africa we want must be built through strong partnership. President Kikwete, in the plenary breakaway sessions and bilateral arrangements, we all identified governance, finance capacity, and data gaps in the water sector as central themes that require urgent attention. Together, we must commit to pay focused attention on these matters. We're making a call as this summit to all governments to help to level the playing field in order to attract investors. Investors cannot invest when there is political instability. Investors don't want a risk of investing in a country which has no political will. Let us ensure that unnecessary red tapes in government that are holding back investors are attended to. I'm happy that my ministers, my colleagues are here. History has been made today by this continent, Africa. We did not know how to pull this together, but we have worked with a very strong team. Hence today we are proud that we saw the young people that were here. I heard somebody saying the future is here. I'm not regarding them and labeling them as a future. They are the now. The present was here. They are the present, they are not the future. The future is still to be born. But the ones that were standing here, the ones that were getting certificates are the present. Let's give a round of applause to the present. May you allow me to invite the former president of Tanzania, a person who dream, sleep, drink, walk water. If President Kikwete, you're not here, when I met you in December, I was about to give up. but you said, let's soldier on. As a trained cadre of the African National Congress, I understood you very well when you said, soldier on. Indeed, we have soldiered on. We are here today. May I invite all of us to give a round of applause as we welcome the former president on the stage. And he's representing even the present president because he's here with us. Thank you.
Well, it's been quite a while I haven't met a minister that dynamic. But thank you. Well, Honorable Pemi Majodina, Minister for Water, Sanitation, and Sanitation of the Republic of South Africa. Excellency Valakati, Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy, and Sustainable Development of the African Union, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, Ambassadors, High Commissioners, and representatives of international organizations, distinguished delegates, partners, and friends, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor and a pleasure for me to join you this afternoon as we close this historic first ever African Water Investment Summit. Allow me to begin by expressing our deepest thanks and gratitude to the government and the people of South Africa for the very warm reception and gracious hospitality. We also thank you for your leadership in making available excellent facilities for this meeting. The organization of the meeting was exemplary. I'd like to use this opportunity also to acknowledge the African Union, our co-conveners, and technical partners, and the tireless efforts of the Secretariat, whose professionalism made this summit a resounding success. Over the 3 days, we have seen what partnership can achieve. We came with a clear objective: to move from commitments to concrete investments that deliver water for human consumption and for social and economic activities. Also investments for climate resilience, job creation, and dignity of our people. It is heartwarming to note that through our four rounds of matchmaking, more than 80 priority projects were showcased, connecting African project sponsors with public and private financiers. This is how bankable projects are built, project by project and country by country. I commend His Excellency Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa and the President of the 2025 G20, for the launch of the Global Outlook Council on Water Investments. It is a remarkable G20 presidential legacy initiative and a wealthy framing of a global investment platform to sustain the momentum. These are not mere new committees. They are instruments to mobilize capital and at scale and align policy and regulations. Also, it will help track progress with transparency. Indeed, the Africa Water Investment Scorecard will help us to hold ourselves accountable. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our work does not end here today. It is just the beginning. In the coming months, let us carry this momentum to the Africa Climate Summit, and the Africa Finance Summit, and onward to the 2026 UN Water Conference to be hosted by our brothers and sisters of Senegal in partnership with our friends, the United Arab Emirates. And in 2027, onward to the World Water Forum to be hosted by our brothers and sisters of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let each national pledge become a financed program. Let each program become services delivered to communities and economies. Blended finance, strong institutions, and country ownership and leadership will be decisive. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the high-level panel, of which I'm the alternate co-chair, allow me to acknowledge and salute our heads of state and government, ministers, development partners, development banks, private investors, city and utility leaders, and the youth and women who are championing innovation and investments. Your commitment and energy have lit a path of hope going forward. Please, let's keep the flame glowing. Again, thanks to our hosts, organizers, and every delegate who worked late to make deals possible. Together, we are proving that investing in water is possible. And investing in water is investing in Africa's future. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your kind attention, and may God bless our dear continent, Africa, and everyone who is making our dear continent thrive. Thank you.
You can do better than that. You can do better than that. You can do better than that. Thank you very much, His Excellency. You are part of those who came up with this concept. Today, you should be happy that this continent that you represent managed to pull this. We're here today. What a coincidence that the majority of the population of this continent are women. From one country to another, the people who are in the majority are women. But the people who feel the brunt of not having water are women. The people who must at all times use water are women. August in South Africa has been declared as the Women's Month. The investors who committed today, they are not only committing to ordinary people, but you are committing to the women. You are committing to the women of this country, the women of this continent. You want to remove the burden of sufferings from them. If your conscience up until now has not told you that this is the right place to invest in water, think twice. Not threatening anyone, I don't know where the hell is, but I know there's a place that is called hell. All those who are not doing good, at some time they will go there. But all those who are in this room, they are all going to heaven. I can assure you, you are going to heaven, all of you, because you are investing in water. When you invest in water, you invest in peace. I'm just trying to check who did not use water this morning. Who did not brush the teeth? Who did not take the shower? Who did not take the bath? Who did not flush the toilet? All of you, you are our clients of water. Therefore, there's nothing we can do without water. We are in a closing ceremony. We remain indebted to AUC. We remain indebted to Au-Aip. to NEPAD, to Global Water Partners, because we are working together. We're honored that we had heads of states coming here on Wednesday to open this session. As we are seated here, we have a mandate from serious people who are called heads of state. Yeah, I wish I could be a head of state, isn't it? Can't you have just a woman of my stature to be a head of state for all 54 countries? I will just be a ceremonial head of state. Don't you want to see me there? Don't you want to see me there? Yeah, this continent can move. We'll move on the fast lane. Thank you very much, Commissioner. When I met with you to say we are instructed to pull this, when you close this summit, you must give us 3 things. The media houses of South Africa have been calling me. How far did you go? Was it just a talk show? You hosted a continental talk show? Are there commitments? Is there a declaration? Are we going to see something better happening in the continent? And boldly I said, of course, the great men and women of this continent gathered here today. And they are going to leave an indelible mark here at the ICC on behalf of this continent. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, please let's put our hands together as we welcome Commissioner, His Excellency Tata Moses Vilakazi. Thank you.
I don't know where you get this energy. we still have to hunt for it. And Your Excellency Jakaya Kikwete, former President of the United Republic of Tanzania, who is also the alternate co-chair, AIP High-Level Panel on Water Investment for Africa, Honorable Penny Majodina, Minister for Water and Sanitation of the Republic of South Africa, who is really famous of bringing rain. Excellencies, honorable ministers, our development partners, investors, and financiers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I have the honor to address Your Excellencies on behalf of His Excellency Mohamed Ali Yusuf, the chairperson of the African Union Commission, who would have loved to be here, but due to equally important assignments of our union has delegated me to represent him. Our heartfelt gratitude goes to His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, the President of the Republic of South Africa and Chair of the G20, the people and government of the Republic of South Africa, for the hospitality which has been accorded to us during the 3 days of the Africa Water Investment Summit. It is our hope that all the delegates had a profound investment experience during this first of its kind summit on the African soil. Thank you, South Africa. As we bring this summit to a close, I'm deeply honored to reflect on the amazing achievements that we have made over these past 3 days. Africa showcased 80 priority water investment projects from 38 different countries, which attracted an investment projection of between 10 to 12 billion US dollars a year through public and private sector participation. And we need to give a round of applause for that. I recall when the Honorable Minister, during the opening session, saying, we need a billion here, a billion there, a billion there, a billion there. And I think this is through her magic. Thank you, Honorable Minister. These projected figures of between 10 and 12 billion US dollars a year do not include anticipated pledges and investments that will be consolidated in the coming 2 weeks. We have been reliably informed by the Secretariat that an online portal will be opened to enable more pledges and investment commitments. Because when others were here, they were saying, we need to touch base to our head office. So in 2 weeks' time, I think this figure will be higher than what we're talking about today. We came together, ladies and gentlemen, with a shared mission to close Africa's 30 billion, US 30 billion annual water investment gap. This is a huge gap. And we leave with renewed momentum, concrete commitments, and a bold vision for the future. The African Union declared water as the theme for the year 2026, and it is our fervent hope that this will help in our drive for better water investments in the continent. When we were discussing with the Honorable Minister, we had said this should be an action summit. It should be result-oriented. We don't want to get to our place of abode without knowing what has been achieved. Now it's about the follow-through to those who have pledged. And fortunately, I'm informed that the Secretariat will be following that, working hand in hand with the Honorable Minister's office. This summit, convened under South Africa's historic G20 precedence, has been more than a gathering. It has been a call to action, a platform for transformation, and a proof to Africa's leadership in climate-resilient water security and safe sanitation. I'm happy that we had all the heads of states and governments were here representing the various governments, all pledging a transformative action towards ensuring that we have policies that will now be inclined to water investments. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, together we have launched the Global Outlook Council on Water Investments, South Africa's G20 Presidential Legacy Initiative that will elevate water to the highest levels of global political and financial agendas. Water will no longer be put at the back burner, but it will be part of those discussions during the 2020 G20 discussions. Together, we have contributed immensely to the drafting of the Africa Water Vision and Policy as a key document that will guide us towards ensuring water security and safe sanitation in line with the Africa Agenda 2063. Together also, this summit has endorsed the summit declaration that commits us to scaling up investments, hence what I've just announced, which also looks at improving governance and increasing accountability in the water sector. Indeed, water is life, Indeed, when it comes to water, we need to prioritize it for the benefit of all, for the benefit of our livelihoods, and particularly for women and children. This summit has also reaffirmed the importance of solidarity, equality, and sustainability. These are the pillars of South Africa's G20 theme. We have seen how water investment is not just about water, but about human dignity, about economic opportunities, and climate resilience. As we look forward, we need to take that into consideration. It's not just about water. It's about how water transforms economies, how water improves the livelihoods of people, how water can be an opportunity for peace in Africa, particularly because we have got transboundary water systems which need shared responsibilities, which needs all countries to talk about that development for their citizens. For those who are following the work of the African Union, they may be aware that we have 2 more summits before the end of 2025. One is the second Africa Climate Summit, scheduled for the 8th to the 10th of October 2025 in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Already, that has a huge traction, including from Europe and all over the place. They are looking at over 10,000 to even 30,000 people attending. It started in Nairobi last year, and now it's in Ethiopia. It is rotational, such that next year it will go to another country. We also have the first ever Africa Biodiversity Summit in Gaborone, Botswana, from the 1st to the 5th of October. You are all invited to this summit. Let me turn my attention to the organizers, particularly Global Water Facilities and those that were assisting them. I'm saying thank you very much. You now talk, we now dream about water, because particularly the Global Water Facility is chaired by an esteemed guest who is a former president, and this is President Kikwete. Let's put our hands together for him. Wherever he goes, he talks about water. And I'm sure even when he dreams, he probably dreams about water. I would like him to take the slogan from the Minister of bringing water through thunder, so that this can now become a slogan for us whenever we have water sessions. We're saying thank you very much, Your Excellency. To our partners and investors, thank you for believing in Africa's potential. Africa is proud of you. It's about time we start thinking internally as Africa, because of the geopolitics that is obtaining. It says rely on yourselves, and you came up stronger. You actually pledged up to 12 billion. This is something that we need to say thank you. Let's put our hands together for them. I've been assured that these are not just pledges. This is a reality. So the team will be following through. so that we can change Africa for the better. Ladies and gentlemen, the time to act is now. This summit is not the end. It actually marks the beginning of a coordinated and accelerated journey to build a water-secure, climate-resilient, and inclusive Africa. Therefore, on behalf of the African Union Commission, I would like to appeal to all the stakeholders, the investors, the partners, the financiers, and project owners to continue engaging beyond this summit. It is the right thing to do, and we have got to do it for a better Africa. It is now my singular honor and pleasure to declare this summit officially closed, and I say travel mercies to your various destinations. I thank you very much.
You can do better. 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 You can do. Now the clouds must gather in the serious manner. Clouds are gathering. They cannot gather when you are seated. They cannot gather when you are seated. Clouds are gathering. Clouds are gathering. Puti. Clouds are gathering. Clouds are gathering. Clouds are gathering. Clouds are gathering. It's raining. It's raining. It's raining. It's raining. It's raining. Thunder. Thunder. Double thunder. Pa, pa. Double thunder. Double thunder. Double thunder. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please be seated. Where are the members of the steering committee and the members of the organizing committee? Can you stand wherever you are? We want to see you. Members of the steering committee, members of the organizing committee who had to pull this summit to be what it is. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you so much for your dedication, your passion, and your commitment to serve our continent. There's a young lady, Michelle, who was part of you. She lost her grandma on Tuesday. She went home, she came back. The funeral is today. She left last night. That is the extent of passion and commitment that the team had. We have local DWS, the protocol of the president, the protocol of our country. We wish to apologize unreservedly if we did not meet all your expectations. This was first of its nature. You might have expected more than what we have done. If any one of you did not feel good, it was not intentional. We sincerely apologize for anything that might have made you to be uncomfortable. The summit has also helped us to consolidate the position of African Union member states on water investment. 10 to 12 billion annually. And our target is 30 billion by 2030. Just for the first time, 10 to 12 billion. It seems as if you did not understand. 10 to 12 billion that has been committed here during these 3 days. It is out of your matchmaking that you are there today. During this summit, we also heard from UAE and Senegal. As you'll be hosting the 2026 UN Water Conference, you'll be doing that on behalf of this continent. We are going to journey with you to ensure that it becomes successful. the funders, the investors, thank you so very much. We had the President of the Republic of South Africa launching Global Outlook Council on Water Investment. Now we have elevated water to where it belonged. Water can never be an appendix of any other department. Our heads of state have committed to say water is priority number one in this continent, in the world. Kaloku Qhabani. We carry a historic responsibility to pursue these noble objectives and resolutions of this summit. This is an action-oriented summit. You started very early in the mornings. From 8 o'clock, most of the delegates on a daily basis were here. But last night, when you took the dance floor, hey, Hank, yeah, you can dance, man. You know, you were so relaxed because this is your home. South Africa is your home. Every corner of this country, these borders are soft borders. We share the common past of being colonized. We are now undoing what our colonizers did to us, where we did not have access to water. We cannot blame any other person now. It is our time to turn the tide. Ladies and gentlemen, you are such humble but very passionate group of winners who gathered here today. Wish you travel mercies. My leaders have said so. But those who are not leaving very early tomorrow, at 10 o'clock on your casual way, we're going to meet here at the ICC to take you on excursion. When you arrive home, you must be able to say, beyond conference. I've seen others at Waterfront last night. I saw that these are my delegates. These are, you know, I was a chief whip of parliament here for 5 years. When we are going for constituency work, MPs from 9 provinces, parliament is on session. They take their flights, they are coming to parliament. And in their families, they're saying, Chief Whip is calling us. I've not called anyone. So I was made to be a visa to go out of home to come to Cape Town. So what I used to do, I go to the airport. I wait there at arrivals. As the person is landing, I say, go back. But it was so nice. I don't want to leave you. I don't want to make you go home. How I wish I could preserve you. Preserve you to change the narrative of water in Africa. Not only water, but water in sanitation. Women here are saying, we need a chapter on women. It's missing there, women and water. And we're going to ensure that when the AU summit sits, our president must also acknowledge that there must be a chapter or a paragraph on women and water. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Please go home safe and enjoy your few hours tonight and tomorrow. All South Africans who are hosting you, our protocol officers, they are still around to take you to the places. I know you want to invest as well out of your S&T. You want to buy few things. Please don't go back with the dollars. Please leave the dollars here. They just belong here. You see, we got those smaller billion here, billion here, billion. Now we have 10 to 12 billion. Thank you very much. Can we get the AU anthem as we officially and formal closing this. The AU anthem. I'm sorry, the commissioner is requesting that let the declaration be flighted before we take the anthem. Can we be seated a little bit, just for a few minutes, to scroll the declaration? It is a declaration that our heads of state referred to when they were making their remarks here. Are you ready, IT? Or you want us to stand for the declaration? I thought they were going to see the declaration. Is it possible to increase the font?
One of the things with the declaration is that it has not been changed from the one that I read during the opening session, which means the team that did it, they did a wonderful job. There are only a few things. Can you run through quickly? Run through. Now, here, the one that is of importance is the one saying we welcome the potential financial outcomes which identified in the pipelines present at the summit, which is estimated to 10 to 12 billion per annum. I think that's the major one that has been inserted. And therefore, we are saying thank you to you all for this declaration. What we will do, we will share it in the website, but I've asked the Secretariat maybe to print a few copies for the press so that they can be able to see it. Otherwise, let's put our hands together for this declaration.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. We're going to get that declaration. When you went upstairs on the second floor, there were exhibitions there. We had 24 exhibitors over there in terms of their stalls. 14 were coming from South African water entities. We have universities. We have international companies that were also displaying their products. Delegates, we expected 1,500 delegates as of the 6th, but there were walk-ins. We ended up having 1,690 delegates who attended this conference. 1,690 warm bodies who attended this conference. Hence, I'm saying this was a very successful conference, which is a precursor towards the G20 leaders meeting in November. Those who are going to Stockholm will meet in Stockholm. You'll see the South African stall with the South African colors. The flag of South Africa will be there to welcome you when you visit our stall. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. the AU anthem. Thank you very much. Before that, okay.
Thank you. Just before you go, because we note that some people were not there on the first day when the declaration was, the preliminary declaration was adopted. So the guidance is we go through it again so that everyone can understand it and adopt it. Yeah. We can, please put the declaration on the screen. The declaration on the screen, because there were some partners who were not here on the first day. We'll try to be very quick. Just put it on the screen again. For those who were there on the first day, it's first 2 paragraphs. I cannot see properly. Okay, so I'll go through it. It's on the screen. Just give me a second because I can't see from that far. I don't have my glasses right now, but I'll go through it just now. Yes, please. Thank you very much. Our committed secretariat, Katarina, for coming to my rescue. Yeah, so it's on the website's being uploaded right now, the same website for the summit where we all were registering. So we'll be able to find it. And the AUC, African Commission, will also translate this in the different AU languages. Katerina, please come so that we can go through it. And partners would like to go and rest. Thank you. So the preamble, the Cape Town Declaration on Africa Water Investment in the context of the G20. Preamble. We, the African heads of state and government, in the presence of our global leaders gathered here in Cape Town from 13 to 15 August 2025 for the inaugural Africa Water Investment Summit, convened under the auspices of the African Union, the High-Level Panel on Water Investments for Africa, and the Republic of South Africa's G20 presidency. Also in attendance were the ministers, the deputy ministers, financial institutions, investors, development partners, civil society, technical experts, philanthropic institutions, intergovernmental organizations, regional economic communities, UN agencies, the private sector, youth, women, and academia. Recalling the commitment of the African Union heads of states and government in July 2008 in terms of the Sharm el-Sheikh Declaration on Water and Sanitation, Assembly Decision AU Decision 112, which seeks to accelerate the achievement of water and sanitation goals. If you can please scroll down at the back so that partners can follow. Keep going down with me. Also recording the Africa Water Vision 2025, which envisions an Africa where there is equitable and sustainable use and management of water resources for poverty alleviation, socio-economic development, regional cooperation, and environment. Acknowledging that inadequate investments in water have affected the gains made across all sustainable development goals and the critical role that water plays in climate change, adaptation, and mitigation, and the goals of Agenda 2063. Recognizing that the Continental Africa Water Investment Program, AIP, is a brainchild of the UN and World Bank High-Level Panel on Water. The High-Level Panel on Water was established by United Nations Secretary General Ban Ki-moon and President of the World Bank Jim Kim, comprised of 11 sitting heads, presidents, and prime ministers. Recognizing the need to build a climate resilience through water investments in Africa, in response to the projected severe and more frequent impacts of climate change, as expounded in the African Union Climate Change Resilient Development Strategy and Action Plan 2022 to 2032. Recording the approval of the Continental Africa Water Investment Program as part of the Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa, Priority Action Plan 2, PIDA-PAP 2, by the African heads of state and government during the 34th Ordinary Session of the African Union Assembly, which took place in February 2021. Recording the launch of the High-Level Panel on Water Investment for Africa at the 9th World Water Forum in Dakar, Senegal, on 25th March 2022, comprising of the founding co-chairs of the panel, Republic of Senegal, Republic of Namibia, Kingdom of Netherlands, and the 4th President of the United Republic of Tanzania. Noting that during the UN 2023 Water Conference in New York, the African Union and the International High-Level Panel released the High-Level Panel report with pathways for countries to mobilize at least $30 billion annually by 2030 to close the water investment gap in Africa as part of the UN Water Action Agenda. Noting that in December 2023, during the COP28 in Dubai, United Arab Emirates, UAE, the African Union Commission and the AIP International High-Level Panel launched the Africa Investment Action Plan, outlining how countries can mobilize the additional $30 billion per year required to ensure water security and sustainable sanitation on the continent. Appreciating the African Union resolution and on the approval and proposal to adopt the Assuring Sustainable Water Availability and Sanitation Systems to achieve goals of the goal of Agenda 2063 as the African Union theme for the year 2026. Recognizing the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for initiating the first G20 water dialogues under the presidency of Saudi Arabia in 2020 that considered water as a key socio-economic development priority supported by G20 member states. Recognizing that the summit is taking place at a historic time, marking the first ever G20 presidency hosted on African soil and the progressive admission of the African Union into the G20 membership. Reaffirming that water and sanitation are not only foundational to peace, economic growth and development, human dignity, public health, but are also essential to climate resilience, food security, economic transformation, and achievement of the progress in the implementation of SDGs. Appreciating the opportunity presented through the G20 presidency of South Africa to elevate Africa's water investments, minding the gap in water investments, and leveraging on the African Union's membership to the G20, and the opportunity to highlight the outcomes of the summit and as addressed in the declaration. Welcome. IT, please follow me as I proceed so our partners can follow. Welcome the preliminary potential financial outcomes identified in the pipelines present at this summit, estimated conservatively at $10 to $12 billion per year worth of investments from some development banks, investors, bilateral, and governments across the continent. Note that the above estimates exclude anticipated pledges and investments that will be consolidated. Further, investors in the matchmaking sessions committed to submit their initial pledges to the online portal, which will increase the total committed investments secured by this summit. Hereby commit to, number one, creating an enabling environment for enhancing investments for water and sanitation, aligned with national development plans, SDG 6, and climate resilience priorities. Number two, scale up domestic public finance and private finance for water investments, including through national budgets and innovative financing mechanisms. Number three, request the African Union Commission to continue providing leadership in the implementation of the Africa Investment Program, including supporting member states, regional economic communities to develop national and regional climate resilience water investment programs. Further, request the African Union Commission to support member states, regional economic communities in developing project pipelines to mobilize resources, including climate finance. Number five, call for the reform of the multilateral financial institutions, taking into consideration the urgent need for accelerated investments in the water and sanitation sector, priority given to Africa to bridge the water investment gap. Number six, deploy de-risking tools where they add real value, particularly in underdeserved rural and peri-urban areas, fragile and conflict-affected states, and for the nature-based solutions. Number 7, raise the profile of water to drive sustainable economic growth and improve people's health, nutrition, and prosperity across the continent, recognizing that water investments can reduce the impacts of climate change and build resilience. Number 8, call on governments and their development partners to work together to establish the conditions needed to attract and secure significant investments, including public and private finance, in increasing water security and access to safe water, sanitation, and hygiene. Number 9, mobilize concessional and catalytic capital to enable investments where private capital alone cannot flow. 10, prioritize public benefit and local ownership, particularly in areas where water services remain a critical human right and development enabler. Number 11, call upon the international and regional finance institutions in Africa to prioritize financing water and sanitation investments, pipelines, including innovative finance mechanisms. Roadmap to accountability. Number 12, commend South Africa's G20 presidency for the inauguration of the Global Outlook Council on Water Investments as a legacy initiative advocating for water investments at the highest levels of global diplomacy. 13, request the inclusion of this declaration, as part of the outcomes of South Africa's G20 presidency. 14, call on G20 leaders to support the endorsement of water as a core investment priority in the reimagining of multilateral finance. Number 15, call upon the co-hosts, United Arab Emirates and Senegal of the UN 2026 Water Conference, to anchor the declaration in the preparatory process. Resolve to convene the Africa Water Investment Summit every 4 years on a regional rotation basis under the coordination role of the African Union Commission. Request the Republic of South Africa, in their capacity as the G20 presidency, to present this declaration to the 39th ordinary session of the African Union Assembly of Heads of State and Government in February 2026 for endorsement. Adopted on the 15th day of August 2025, Cape Town, South Africa.
Thank you very much. By acclamation, I think you are agreeing to this declaration. Are you? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. May I also thank the security personnel, thank the City ICC staff led by Buti Asanda Morgan, thank our service provider. Everything just went well. We did not have glitches here. Thank the medical staff that has been here throughout. Now, no more intervention from this side. Can we have the AU anthem? No more intervention now, we're done. AU anthem, thank you very much.
Let us all unite and celebrate together the victories won for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together to defend our liberty and unity. Oh, sons and daughters of earth,
all dismissed. DJ, how far DJ? Something hot, DJ, as we release the leaders from the platform. Thank you.
Just one logistical announcement. Excursion tomorrow is Actuarial Place in Centurion City. Transport will leave at 10 a.m. outside CTICC number 2. Those who are going to the excursion tomorrow, please be at CTICC number 2 tomorrow, 10 a.m. If you are